Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping, first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, no revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, family. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Good evening, man. Some of y'all are on evening time. Evening. Good evening to you, as they say down south. Good evening, right? Shout out to Vagoda. Shout out to Sister Annie. I'm going to get to y'all in just a minute. But we want to take care of business first. Thank you, Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life. Go check out Brother Eric 16 to Life, his YouTube page. Check him out. He's a good dude, man. Always been square dealing with me, and just a good dude, man. Good motivations, and just go check him out, man. His thing is to try to stop these youngsters from going and running and jumping into these jail cells and getting, their frame tore up, right? So shout out to Brother Eric, man. Go check his page out at 16 to Life, the YouTube page. Dude is blowing up, man. Blowing up like a balloon, man. So go check him out. All right, that's Brother Eric. I'm going to bring him down. What's happening, family? Did y'all catch Bolo and the Village last night? Outstanding show, man. Outstanding show, right? Savon was over there too. Yeah, man. Outstanding show. Outstanding. I like shows, man, where we can talk about things, man, it's hard to talk about. Y'all don't pay no attention to nothing behind me, man. I ain't been in this office in probably about 3 or 4 weeks. I was sick. So I got to clean all this up, man. So I got stuff everywhere. So I'm going to clean this up. So don't worry about that. But anyway, I like shows where we can just be, ourselves, man. Ain't nobody got a front for nobody else, right? We can just talk, right? Sometimes when you get a bunch of guys on a panel, right, there's always one rooster, right? And he's trying to out-rooster all the other roosters, But it's like Freud and them said. Remember Freud and them? Shout out to Martin. Remember Freud and them? Freud and them said, hey, everything is about sex. In this wicked world we live in, man, everything is about sex, man. Everything is about positioning yourself to be in a better sexual competition than the next man. So everybody, say tighten up. So everybody's a bunch of guys will try to, see who's the biggest rooster in the room, right? Which is stupid, right? I mean, to me, a lot of guys feel like that's the way it's supposed to be, but that's stupid. But I know, but that's the way it's supposed to be, right? It's not like me and Vaughn laugh about this. It's not like you're gonna be able to go into me and you go into the bank and they say, how many women you slept with, Clarence? 2. How many women you slept with, Vaughn? 152. Oh, Vaughn. Vaughn, just grab a trash bag, go over to the vault, and get whatever you want. A body count is a number that just don't count nowhere except for the person you laying down with. It don't count nowhere. You don't get nothing for a body count. And if a dude is dumb enough, if somebody is dumb enough to give you credit for a body count, you really got to think about the person you're talking to, man. And you got to get yourself a new circle of friends. Absolutely, right? Before we go on, y'all, because we got to find out, man, what is going on in Genesis 19? All kind of problems going on in Genesis 19, man. We got to get this straight, man, because yikes, right? This 19, man. So holy smokes. Holy smokes. Ooh, we got a lot of ground to cover tonight, man. And hopefully, I get a couple people to come in, help me straighten this thing out because jai. We'll take a look at that. First of all, let's check everybody in, man. First one on the docket is Sister Annie. Shout out Sister Annie. Excuse me, Brother Clarence. Talking about the Lord. Better come correct. Tighten up, Clarence. Tighten up. Sister Annie. Shout out to Sister Annie, man. Good sister, man. Good sister through and through, man. And well respected all over this internet, man. But she's a Taurus, man. So we gotta tighten up. When she say tighten up, we gotta tighten up. But that's another sister, man. Talk about a lot of work behind the scenes. A lot of work behind the scenes Sister Annie has done. Try to put this together, as everybody has. But Sister Annie in particular, man, a lot of work behind the scenes, man. Good, just a good sister, man, with a good vibe. And she just well, let me say it like this. She got some work to do. Her voice is in my opinion, God-given, and she using it, but on a small scale. We're gonna pump her up to get it on a bigger scale, right? This is a good sister, man, with a good vibe, man. One of them kind of people, man, you blessed to know. You're really blessed to know. And if you get into the inner circle, You really blessed, man. You really blessed. Because everything is all love. Hey, Clarence, you mean any ain't never fussed at you? Of course she fussed at me. All of them have fussed at me for something, one thing or another, right? But I don't pay that no mind. I only listen to what they saying. I don't pay that mind that they might be upset with me. I don't, because I know they're gonna get over that. But I'll just listen to what they say. I say I have to ask myself the true question: is what they told you true, Clarence? Because how they said that is irrelevant to the fact that, if somebody come and tell you your tires are flat on your car, and they say it in Chinese or whatever language they say, or they screaming at you, you can't be like, well, I ain't gonna listen to you because I'm gonna go get in my car. The question is, is somebody telling you, is it true? Is it true? That's the first weight that you got to put the scale up and see, is what somebody telling you, is it true? Then you can look at the intention later. Their intentions, or what they wanted to do, what they wanted you to do with that information and all that. That's later. So I don't pay Eddie no never mind. I know she's gonna fuss at me for something. So I don't pay no. All I do is say, okay, what she said makes sense. Okay, Clint. And she's usually the right one. With me and Eddie, we very rarely on different sides of the stick, but every once in a while we are. And then I say, you know what? She's probably right. Let me just go with her. Works out every time. Shout out to Sister Eddie. Who else in the building? Brother Vagoda, our Jewish brother from Israel. He's over there in Israel, dealing with all that static over there, man. Shout out to Vagoda, man. Hopefully, him and his family can be safe. Now, whether whose side you on or whatever, that's irrelevant. We want all the human beings that that can be saved to be saved, right? Just like somebody we know, Jesus, right? Sister Eddie say, tighten up, brother. I'm trying, Sister Eddie, I'm trying. Who else? Vagoda said, you lucky you don't have to work. How are we lucky? How are we lucky, Vagoda? You the one that don't got to go to work. I'm going to say, see, Clarence. So, Clarence, I see you making another video about one of the stories of the Jewish people. Run down the line. Okay. I'm referencing some people in the Bible. If they are Jewish, and you can see that, point that out to me. Please give me the reference points where they are Jewish, because I haven't gotten there yet. Maybe Bolo could come and straighten that out for us, right? Shout out to Vagoda. I always ask good questions. I'm going to do a show of Vagoda, man. We're going to go over a lot of stuff, man. Y'all really want to see a knockdown, drag out knuckle fight. Well, I mean, Vagoda's my brother, so I'm not going to do him too hard, but we got to find out who this Jew is, where he came from. We got to find out the origin of this person. Where did this philosophy and lifestyle come from? Where these folks come from? We got to find a point of origin for them, right? But we respect all. We respect everybody. We just got to move in truth. Is that right, family? We just got to move in truth. Shout out to Brother Anderson, man. Brother Anderson the Great. He's another Taurus. Y'all know I don't mess with these Tauruses, man. Since Annie Anderson, and now we found out that the Gray Pill is a Taurus. I don't mess with these Tauruses. And I just listen to them, man. I just do what they tell me. Especially Sister Eddie, man. I just do what she tell me, man. Because she'll boop, Clarence, boop, knock me on the head, right? But it's all in love, man. It's all in love. Okay, y'all. What's going on, man? What's going on? What is the situation here? Right? I don't know if you guys was with us the other day. With me, it was Sunday. It was me, it was Bolo, it was Aunt T-Biz, and I think it was Vaughn. Yeah, it was Vaughn Bryant. Okay, so we was going over Genesis 19, man. We only got, I think, halfway through. We only got to the part where they rolled out, right? Okay, let's see. We got to Part where they rolled out, right? Let me see if I can find where we were at. Let's see. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. See, bop, 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 bop. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. 26. That's I think where we left off at 26. Okay, so let's back up to about 24. Okay. So we're talking about Lot, man. Who is Lot, Clarence? Who that is? Who that is? Shout out to Jeff Short, man. Another good brother in the building. Shout out to Jeff Short. We'll go to say Clarence, a Jew and an Israeli of that time are the same things, and you know it. No, I don't. No, I don't. Right? I'm not certain. Sounds about right, but it's not. I'm not certain. I'm not certain. All right, but we'll look into it. We're gonna investigate it, Pagoda, because if you can prove it to me, I'll submit. If you can say, see, Clarence, here's where this says that these are the Jews are the Hebrews and the Jews are the Israelites. Okay, I will submit 100%. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet, right? All right, so let's get back. All right, so let's start 24. The Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. Yikes. And he overthrew those cities and all the plain and all the inhabitants of the city and that which grew upon the ground. I mean, damn. Remember Will Smith in the first Men in Black? He went to the lady's house. He said, "You need to get a decorator because damn." Right? Yeah. I mean, he overthrew the cities and all the plains and all the inhabitants of the cities and that which grew up on the ground. I mean, damn. What's left? All right? Who's left? Ay. I think the Lord was trying to send a message. Maybe? You think? Shout out to Quantum. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Oh, man. Okay. So the Lord's trying to send a message. Saying, hey, enough is enough, right? I don't like that. Well, we like it, Lord. Yeah, but I don't like it. That's what matters. That's what matters, man. This ain't bringing no goodness. This ain't making nothing good come out of this city. So I got to lower these parts. I got to blow them down. Bam, boom. And he overthrew the cities and all the places. Okay, and then, but, here's the but, y'all. Here's the but. But Lot's wife, his wife looked back from behind. Now, they was all told. When you hear the screaming, when you hear the crying, when you hear the wailing, when you hear the little kids' necks cracking, and you hear grown men's legs popping, and you hear women, laying down just dropping their babies and trying to run and leave them and screaming, don't look back. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible. Don't look back, right? So they was all pretty much told, hey, don't look back. But here goes your butt, y'all. What was that? Who was that? LL Cool J? Regina got a big old butt. Man, Lot got a big old butt, right? Lot's wife got a big old butt, but his wife looked back from behind him. So she was already past him and she looked back. oh man, damn. She looked back. Or maybe not from in front of him. She was still behind him, as we say, behind him. She looked back and she became a pillar of salt. Now, family. What do you think Lot did? Right? You guys seen those Bible story movies, right? When she turns into a pillar of salt, Lot kind of hesitate for a minute, right? And then what did he do? He said, "F that, I'm outie," right? The girl turned into a pillar of salt. He was like, and he just said, "I'm about," right? I'm outie 5,000. I'm dirty, right? He said, "Oh man, it's a sad day, man. The man lost his city and his wife in the same day. He's an old man. He got to carry all this stuff, right? But don't let me tell you. Let me let somebody who got some sense talk to y'all, Brother Bolo."
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What is going on?
What's going on, man? But bruh.
Yes.
I should have called you.
Yeah, you should have called me.
By the way, outstanding job last night. Outstanding, man. Outstanding.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
outstanding, man. But yeah, I should have called you, man, because I don't know, man. This one's gonna get ugly, man. This gonna get a little ugly.
Yeah, it does. It
Okay.
does get ugly.
It's gonna get a little ugly, man. So
it gets ugly on so many different levels.
Yeah. So I was going through it this morning and I said, "Oh, ouch. Ouch." I said, okay. I said, well, Bolo could break it down for us. So we got Bolo here to break it down for us, y'all. Bolo is my what do you call that? My biblical consultant. How about that? So he's gonna help us walk through this situation so we can get a better understanding. All right. Okay, Bolo. So I backed up to where Lot's wife looked back and said, "Oh no, my beautiful cities!" Right?
What?
And then whoop, pillar of salt. Right?
Absolute.
Lot kind of hesitate, but he said, "Nope, not gonna do it."
There you go.
Dirty, baby. I'm dirty. I'm rolling with the one that made you the salt. Not gonna roll with you because you are the salt. I'm gonna roll with the one that made you salt. So I'm about. Right?
Right.
All right. Hang on to your hats, gang, because I mean this thing is gonna get ugly, man. Good thing we got Bolo here to help us with it, man, because it's gonna get kind of ugly. All right, she was a pillar of salt. And Abraham now we swing over to Abraham, right? We swing over to Abraham. Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord, right? Right, Abraham get the stretches on. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, he's outside early in the morning, right? Chilling. Checking on things. Right? What you say? What you say, Paula?
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. All right. So Abraham, out there looking over the land, looking over this beautiful countryside. He looked towards Sodom and Gomorrah and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as smoke of a furnace. Right? See, back then, ain't no building fires, right? You could, oh man, this building's on fire. Hey man, maybe they had a problem. Somebody set a fire in the building, or no, he seen that work. He knew whose work that was, right? He knew. Yikes, right? Hope my people got up out of there. Anyway, and it came to pass when God destroyed the cities of the plain that God remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt, right? And Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him. Bolo.
I'm here, sir. I'm here with you. I'm here.
The ice is getting shaky already.
It
The
is
ice is getting ready to get shaky.
it's
Here we go.
about to go down.
It's about to go down. All right. So, for he feared to dwell in Zor, right? And he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. Now, why did he fear to dwell in Zor? We don't know, right? Maybe it was like younger dudes in there, and they saw this old man with these 2 daughters, and they felt like they could take him, right? They could jump on him or something, whatever. I don't know. We don't know. But he said he feared to dwell in there in Zor, right? All right. And dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. Now, he and his 2 daughters are living out of a cave, right? They told you, hey, the caveman. He's a caveman, right? He's living with his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, the firstborn daughter, right, said unto the younger daughter, oh man, oh man, our father is old. He's an old man. And there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. What does that mean, brother?
Okay. What verse are we at right now?
31.
31. So it says here, now the firstborn said to the younger, our father is old, and that there's no one on the earth to come into us as the custom of all the earth. So they reverenced their father. They knew that their father was a good man. They knew that their father was held of high esteem. They knew that their father was striving to be a righteous man. So they looked around the earth, or what they perceived around the earth, and saw that there was no other man like him. And they perceive that he's getting older, and he doesn't have that much time left on the earth. So
Okay.
that's that's this part.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. Now, I agree. They look at their dad and say, we want a man like this, but ain't no man like this around for us.
Correct.
So they concocted a plan. Here's where the plan gets put together. Let me check. Hold on one second, Bolo. Let me check Pagoda real quick. Pagoda says, by the way, the name Genesis is not the real original name of the first book. Bible real name is Bereshit. Okay, bro. Hey, all you gotta do is just bring some verification, and we'll submit. Let me don't talk for Bolo. I'll submit to the verification that if you bring something that verifies all that, I don't have no problem. You can call it, hey man, you can call it bike lock. You can call the first chapter bike lock. Whatever you want to call it. But we, you know what I'm saying? We just gonna be out here preaching bike lock 7 and 9, right? Whatever, right? Shout out to Pagoda. Pagoda said, let's talk back life. By the way, the name Genesis is not the real original name of the book, really Bereshit. What does Bolo say about this? What does Bolo say about that, Bolo?
Yeah, there's Bereshit.
Okay. Done. Congratulations, Pagoda. All right. Anyway, let's move on. All right. Let's see. We're 31, 32. Here's the plan. We're gonna put the plan together. All right. Come.
And Bereshit, I'm sorry, Bereshit means in the beginning.
Okay.
So.
Okay. You happy, Pagoda? I'm glad. Glad Pagoda Bolo cleared that up. All right. So come, let us make our father drink wine. Well, we heard that before. Well, it's like that's where it seems like that's the point where everybody gets in trouble, right? Right?
No, it's the drinking of too much wine. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's the plan, right?
Yes.
Get too much wine, just like remember David, man. David was trying to get what's old boy's name?
Oh man,
the cat. He took his wife, right?
Uriah.
That's
my man.
Let's get Uriah the Hittite. Let's hey, I'm gonna put a lot of water. I'm gonna put a lot of wine in him.
Yeah,
I know he'll go back to his wife. right? My sin is covered because I put all that wine in them.
Uriah was a warrior, boy. Uriah was such a warrior and such a man of the people that he was like, dogs. How does it? Listen, my people are fighting right now. How's it gonna look like I'm going home to sleep on a nice bed or whatever? So when David told him go, he slept on the steps. He slept out in the streets. Like, nah, B, I ain't going home while my people fighting. So
Man,
Uriah, he was on
he
a
was a soldier, man. He was a
Yeah.
soldier, right?
You need
David had some good plans, man. But
a dude that you need on your camp. You need a dude like that in your
yeah,
camp. Yeah.
but you know what? You know what they say, Bolo? God is undefeated. God is just undefeated, man. I mean, you can move to the left, move to the right, jump up in the air. It don't matter. God is undefeated, man.
One
God
shot,
is undefeated.
kill. One shot, one kill, baby.
Man, bam. Right. All right, man. Let's get to it, man. Because oh my God, we got a lot of layers. So they came up with the plan. We're gonna get our dad drunk. Okay, let's finish up. And why? For what purpose do they want to get him drunk? Let's find out. And we will lie with him that we may preserve seed of our father. I'm going to read that again. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him that we may preserve our father, a seed of our father. What is going on? Wait a minute, Bolo, what is going on? I thought I was reading the Holy Bible. What is going on?
You're seeing, people planning things outside of the Father. This is what you see.
I thought nobody don't do nothing wrong in the Bible. What's going on?
Well, the Lord is showing you when you work outside of Him, you know what I'm saying? When you operate outside of Him, these are the things you get. This is what happens, right? In layman's terms, right? This is what happens. You concoct these plans. David was working outside of the Father, opposed to living and submitting and repenting. He was trying to figure out how he can fix it, and all he did was make it worse, right? To the point where it fell on his children that he had with Bathsheba. So you see it again here. They got their own plan. We're gonna figure it out. Yeah.
So we all just to make it plain.
We gonna sleep with our father.
Yeah, Lot's daughters decided that they was gonna get him drunk with wine. Why was they gonna get him drunk with wine? Because they knew this man was a righteous man. He wasn't gonna sleep with his daughters.
Right.
They had to intoxicate him so that he would not know what he was doing, and then they could creep in up on him. Right.
And let me address this, Brother Clarence. Anybody that will hear this on a replay, wine isn't the problem. Okay. The problem was the inaccess of wine, the access of drinking it. So, some people say, well, that's why you ain't supposed to drink wine. Wine wasn't the problem. The problem is they got him drunk.
Agreed.
Okay, so they walked in there with a plan, and the father's guards are down because these are my daughters.
Right.
These are the women, the little girls that I raise into women.
Right.
So I'm not thinking that they're devising the plan. And obviously they didn't tell him nothing because he would have been against it because they know what type of man he is.
Of course.
This is why they said, let's do this, because there are no dudes like him.
Right.
So let's preserve his seed.
Right. Ugly little situation. Now, what options did they have before we move on? Could they have said, okay, we're going to have to wait until we find a man like this? Or maybe we might never find him. Or what are the options out there, Bolo?
The options is...
Do they have Tinder? Could they swipe right or swipe left? What are the options, brother?
The option that was to stay faithful. And it's a crazy thing. We read today, Numbers 14. And we read today where people, in fear, people lose faith. And we have to stop thinking, and again, I'm guilty of this too. We have to stop thinking that the Lord ain't got us.
Yeah.
In that time of weakness, we got to stop thinking that the Lord ain't got us. So
Yeah.
this is what happens when the GPS goes bad and you don't wait for it to tap back in. Now they're working on their direction. They're trying to figure this out. And their figuring out is a carnal answer. They're going to commit incest. This is the carnal answer. Instead of saying, let me wait. Instead of knowing that, listen, man, God saved Israel with a glorious salvation, fed the manna from heaven. You know what I'm saying? All these things. And when you get to Numbers 14 that we read, it got to a point where God said, yo, I'm tired of these dudes, man. In layman's terms, he was like, yo, I'm tired. This is the 10th time that these cats are questioning me, and I'm getting tired of it. Right. So, yeah, at this point, you know, they're not tapping into the plan. You know, they're tapping into man. And their plan is, let's commit incest.
Okay. So they are committing this crime for the purpose of being able to have the seed of a good man.
Correct.
Okay. So that is their purpose for doing this. Now, the father is not aware that this is going on, or that this plan is even being concocted, or they are interested in doing something like this. The daughters just came up to this plan on their own, right? Thinking that, man, maybe we'll never meet another man, or maybe we're gonna be living out this cave forever. Ain't no dudes rolling by, ain't no postman, ain't no meter reader, ain't nobody coming by here. So we just gonna be out here with our father, and our wombs may go, you know, unused, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they said, hey, look, this is a good man right here, but this our father. But they ain't no. But the oldest one was like, hey, the oldest one, like my oldest boy, right? We call him affectionately the Rang leader, right? If ever there's any trouble in my house when he was living there, you could always go to him, find him at the root of it. He'd always hide his hands. What? I didn't. But he convinced everybody to play their part, right? Well, so the oldest daughter is the Rang leader, right? The other daughter is a willing participant, right? She thinks she's getting good advice. Listen, let's break this down, Bolo. This is why you got to be very careful who you get advice from. You got to be very, you got to learn about the Bible or any book of God's teachings for yourself, because you can get some advice from somebody who you hold in high esteem, and they may lead you the wrong way if you're not tapped in on your own. Am I right, brother?
Yes, sir.
You got to be tapped in on your own, man, because I'm sitting here, you know, that's why I love being with this brother, right? Because this brother right here, I could say, yeah, man, Jesus got on some skis and flew off the boat. He's going to instantly stop me and say, Clarence, wait a minute. Hold on. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the Bible. We talking about the truth here. I don't know what you He ain't going to let me just go say something. And I'm going to do the same for him as far as I know. Right. But that keeps us honest. That keeps us true. And it shows how much respect we have for each other, man. I ain't going to let him come out here on the stage and say something crazy. Jesus had a parachute, and he jumped off the inside Empire State Building. Really, Bolo? Really? Right? So we got to keep each other sharp, man. And how we keep each other sharp is with knowledge and strength and knowledge and discipline. We got to keep each other sharp. Right?
Your boy would go to ask the question.
You want to answer it? Go ahead, man.
It says, I have a question for Bolo. Are the cities of Rome and Constantinople, today's Istanbul, important to believers? I guess he meant Christians. Well, you know, Constantinople came out of Rome, right? So yes, they are important to believers. They are, because again, you know, with the Roman Empire and Christ rolling through there, and you know what it meant to, you know, as historically it is. Yeah. history. I'm sorry, Brother Clarence, for interrupting you. Go ahead.
No, man, let's go. It's cool. I didn't know if you was gonna need a lot of time. I was gonna leave for later. All right, let's see. So yeah, what we was talking about, watch who you follow. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
A lot of shepherds out here, but ain't a lot of good ones.
Boom.
And you could follow a shepherd off the cliff. I know you guys remember the 9/11 situation, right? Well, I know you remember you living there. Okay, so in the second tower, when the second tower got hit, people was running out of the building. Security guard from inside the building came outside and told them to go back in the building.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people had sense and said, "You crazy. My day is over. A plane just crashed into my day is over. I'm going home." But you know what? Some of the people went back into that building. They were safe. They were already outside the building and listening to that security guard that probably wasn't even getting paid half of what they was getting paid. They went back in there.
You know what's so crazy, Brother Clarence?
Wait, Bolo. Let me say this too. I'm gonna let you finish, but let me say this. Not only did they risk their lives, they lose their lives. They said firefighters had to go back in there, go up in there to try to get them people that they would have never had to try and get if the people were still out on the ground or had just left. So I just want to make that clear, Bolo. All right, go ahead, sir.
My cousin's wife worked in the World Trade Center.
Oh, man.
Pregnant.
Oh.
When the first plane hit, she was in World Trade Center too.
Oh.
When the first plane hit, she was on a 32nd floor. She walked down the steps.
Yeah.
And got out.
Yeah. Praise be to God. Yeah.
You know, because again, you know, the spirit of discernment is so important.
There you go, brother. That's where I was going. There you go.
The spirit of discernment is so important. You know, I hear loud noise, automatically I'm thinking Jesus is here. So when she heard that loud boom, bang, she was like, let me get out of here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And thankfully she didn't take the elevator. She walked down the steps.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, a lot of people lost their lives because of not having discernment. But you know, a lot of innocent people lost their lives that day.
But if you tapped into the God, you think God is going to let you go back up into a building that's on fire? The building is on fire. No, it's time to go home, y'all. But see, that's what I'm saying. We gotta. You think you're in good hands. You think you're in good hands, but you got to recognize when you're not in good hands, because the baby sister followed the older sister and committed the crime off the strength of her respect for the older sister. She said, well, if she says it's okay, then let's do it. Right? But it wasn't okay. It wasn't okay. They should have, like you said, stayed faithful. What you mean stay faithful, Clint? I mean, they should have waited until their time presented itself. If at all you're supposed to get a man. Maybe your job is to take care of this man until he finds somebody else. And then he can present his seed, right? Anyway, let's move on. Von Bryant.
Hey.
What's going on, big brother?
Not much, man. But you know what in the NBC ABC scandal is going on here?
Vaughn.
And the daughters did what?
Vaughn.
This is horrific. This is crazy. This is some Tyler Perry stuff right here.
It's not bad, is it? Hey, Vaughn, it's going down in the Lord's Bible. It's going down.
Man.
You thought it was crazy when we were talking about David. Man, it's going down.
What's going on? They slipping the father of Mickey, you know what I'm saying? And he's passed out and they're doing what they're doing. And my God, the incest of it all.
They slipped the father of Mickey, Vaughn. So now they said, after they did that, they came up with the great idea of incest, right? I know this is a good idea, right? We gonna. It's like when them dudes,
I don't know.
walk into the bank with no mask on. I'm gonna just rob them like a crackhead or something. I'm just gonna rob the bank, and then I'm gonna come back in here the next week or something, right? Or they go into the same liquor store the next week, right? Because they crazy. The demons are in them, man.
What is the logic, though? What is the logic behind it?
Well, Bolo explained it. They wanted to be with somebody, a righteous man. They felt like in their current situation wasn't gonna happen.
So apparently incest wasn't a thing then, right? That wasn't against the rule.
Well, they brought that situation with them out of Sodom and Gomorrah, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm just saying.
What they're doing is, I don't think that incest was a thing. Again, what we do is we have to look at it from their perspective and how they looked at things back then, right? When you read verse 30 and it says, then Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters were with him, for he was afraid to dwell in Zoar, and he and his 2 daughters dwelt in the cave. Now the firstborn said to the younger, our father is old, and there is no man on earth to come into us, as is the custom of all the earth. So it's not, in their mind, they're looking at like, Sodom and Gomorrah and all the little cities encompassing that just was destroyed. It's a wrap. It's done.
So instead of waiting, they just said, "Hey, we're in a hurry right now. Let's just go after Dad."
Well, look at it from this perspective. When you were younger, did you wait on things to happen the way it needed to, or did you move quicker?
I may not have waited, but I didn't do the incest thing.
No, I'm not saying no.
But I do get what you're saying, Brother Ball. So
right, that's the point.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Our point is, this dude's showing Darth Vader.
He said, "Your powers are weak, old man."
It's crazy because you got to look at it from the perspective. A lot of the times, and I find myself doing this too. A lot of the times we insert ourselves into the scriptures and say, man, how the hell could this dude do this? Or how the hell could this woman do that? You gotta understand, they're not looking at it from a Western thought process and how we're looking at it, right? So, they didn't know the whole planet like we know the whole planet today. Listen, man, there's people on the other side of the planet. So if there's no women here, guess what? There'll be women in China. There'll be women there. There'll be women here. There'll be women. So their thought process, and they're young.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? So when you're a young man, you say, man, how many times have we talked to our young children and they say the world is such and such? You're like, man, the world. But you just broke up with your girl, my G. This ain't the end. They think, you know what I'm saying? They think it's the ending of the world. Right. Because their world is just that big at that moment, right? They're underdeveloped brains. They're not 28 at this point. They're still babies, young. So, in their mind, they're looking at like there's no other dudes like our father.
Right.
Can't find nobody. The place just burned.
Yeah.
Not justifying it, but we're trying to understand the thought process of these young girls, so that we can take this thought process with us when we do go to minister the word to other people, because again, it's about empathy, right? About understanding how they're seeing it, not how we see it.
That helpful. Man, you made Vaughn mad, Baller. He went to go get a piece of chicken. All right, let's
I'm still here. But nevertheless, I agree with what Bolo is saying, but in my reading, of course, I'm gonna be like, what in the world is going on? Absolutely. You see what I did? That's just my natural
Yeah. Of course
to
we do.
reading something like this. And I'm sure I'm not the only person, because when you think of people who are learning the Bible and they're reading this for the first time, that's going to be their response as well,
Yeah.
you know. But it's not like getting an understanding, you know.
Yeah.
Now, me personally, it doesn't sit well with me.
Absolutely. It doesn't sit well with me
You see
either.
what I'm saying? Now,
You know,
it's the scripture, but it just the account doesn't settle well with me.
right. I agree. I agree
Yeah,
with you. I agree.
that's where I'm at with it.
All right, y'all. Let's try to move forward. Let's try to move forward with this, man. All right. Yeah. And they we're 33, and they made their father drink wine that night. Holy smokes! And the firstborn went in. I'm going in, girl. Check me in out. Right? And the
Clarence
firstborn went in
makes
and lay with the father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. So they got him a little tipsy, right?
Now a lot tipsy.
Okay, so you know, blame it on the alcohol, right?
No, we blame.
exactly.
No, we're blaming it on the daughters. We're blaming it on the
No,
daughters, and we're looking at what they use to beguile their father.
that was their weapon of choice, alcohol, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
To
So the
subdue
first
them.
one went in, got it done, got up, tiptoed out, right? Man, it's like a first date when you're young. Like when you're 18, it's a perfect first date, right? They tip in and tip out, right? On their own, right? 34. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, oh man, now she giving advice. Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in and lie with him, that we may preserve the seed of our father.
Word.
This is what I'm telling y'all now. Now I know I'm kidding around a lot, but this is what I'm telling y'all. You guys out there in the audience, you got to pay attention to who you listening to, because they're gonna sound good sometimes. They're gonna sound real good. Eddie Long, Jim Jones, David Koresh. Some of these people gonna sound real good. Jamal Bryant, no relation, right? they're gonna sound real good. But after they sound real good, holy smokes, next thing you know, you way off the reservation, right? Jim Jones said, bring all your Bibles, after he got everybody to Guyana. Put them in a big pile and lit it on fire. He said, this book is no longer relevant. I'm the relevant, right? I'm the relevance here. He broke up marriages. He was sleeping with the men, the women, and the children, right? The dude stayed on cocaine. I mean, heroin. Was it heroin or cocaine? I forgot. Or it might have been both. Stayed lit up, right? But they all start with a good polite, Dr. York. They all start with a good message. We want to clean up the community. We want to clean up the community. We want to clean up the community. And they start going off a little more, a little more, a little more, and then you way off the reservation. Family. This discernment that we're talking about. How do you build that discernment up? How do you get it so strong that you know when you in the midst of a wolf in sheep's clothing? How do we get that up, gentlemen? Let me go to our beloved sister over here. Let me pull her up. Let's go to our beloved sister first. What's going on, man? Come on. This thing is not working. Hey, y'all. Oh, here we go.
No, I'm just listening. I said I gotta come up here with this.
I
just love how you do Bible study.
All right, Sister Eddie. Our people are suffering for lack of knowledge. They don't know who the devil is. They don't know who God is. But if they got that discernment in them, if they got it rich and strong and vibrant, they could at least decide whether they're going. Most of our people don't. They ain't even make a conscious decision to follow the devil. They just feel like that's the best way to go. They don't even know that God is out there to be with them. But if they had the discernment, so the question is, where do they get this discernment, and how can they make it stronger? Sis, you there?
Oh yeah, sorry. I thought I had taken. It's definitely not going in there with the dad, but definitely reading the word and being consistent and surrounding yourself with people that understand that path that you're walking in. Because we can all be misguided, and we have to learn that just because we want something doesn't mean that we just get to have it when we want it. And maybe sometimes we don't get to have it. And we got to be okay with that.
Patience.
Yeah.
The old virtue, patience.
Yeah.
Okay. Brother Bolo, what you think? Let me go with him last, Vaughn. Let me go to him last, because he's gonna talk the most anyway. All right. So all right, Vaughn. Vaughn, how do we get this discernment up?
Well, I believe. Well, this spirit of discernment concerning spiritual things, I believe it comes from God.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And the more that we tap into Him, is the more enhanced that gift becomes.
Agreed.
You see what I'm saying? And not only that, but when we look at scriptures that are very descriptive or prescriptive, such as trust in the Lord with all thine heart and lean not to your own understanding, but acknowledge Him in all your ways, and then He will direct your path. He will show you the way, because you're not just leaning to your own understanding. Well, because I saw him in the corner with the gun in his hand, I should assume that he committed the murder. You see what I'm saying? But that's my own understanding. I don't have any facts. But when we acknowledge God in all of our ways, He's going to open up and reveal those directional things, those discerning things to us. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if I could make that more clearer, but I believe that whole gift of discernment, which we all basically have, it comes from God, but it's how do we operate in that? How does that gift become more inherent? Is the deeper we are in God, the more inherent that ability is.
Okay, so
I would say that.
This is what I'm saying, Vaughn. No, that's all good points. What I'm saying is, when you tell the average person out there, you got to tap into God, what exactly does that mean? Like, they don't understand what that means. Those of us that do it, we know what it means. But I'm saying to them, what would you say to them? They say, Brother Vaughn, I don't know what do you mean tap in? What I got to do? Get an ice pick or something?
Well, tapping into God basically is getting to know Him, having a relationship with Him. He said, if you draw nigh unto me, then I'll draw nigh unto you. In other words, if you make the first step, then I'll make the next two. And then when you take two more steps, I'll take two more closer to you. So how do we tap into Him? By reading His word.
There you go.
By communicating to Him in prayer. You see what I'm saying?
That's what I'm looking for.
These are the ways that we tap into God. By listening. Wait, watch this. By listening. Because we can speak an hour prayer, but how much time do we spend listening to God? That small, still voice.
Yeah.
So I would say that.
All right. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Brother Vaughn.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, before you go to Bolo, you just said something that was profound. So even, let's say, like, if I was on an island, I never talk with anybody. And then I finally moved over here and I came to Let's Talk to Better Black Life, right?
Uh-huh.
And then I start hearing you talk about God, Jesus, and the word, but I have no connection to any of that. Like all that I know, all my existence is just that I just know that I'm here.
Right.
How do you talk to that person and get them? Like, how do you introduce that person to God? Because it would, even if you say read the word, they may be bombarded from a lot of people, a lot of places to read a whole bunch of different things, Scientology, the universe, and all of that stuff. So, like, how do you tell someone that has is starting from nothing, like no attachment to something greater than them? Like, do you go to them and say, where do you think you came from, or why do you think you're here? Like, how do you get to that person?
Good question.
And I'm not saying that would be answered in this, but like everyone, those words saying, like, even that, because that was my answer, read the word. Somebody might look at me like, okay, well, yeah, I read it, that sounds like a good story, but it's not connecting, right? So that would be like a place that I would want to like inspect, because one, sometimes even though like I know the word, sometimes with understanding certain things, that's what I feel like. I feel like I'm coming from like, I don't understand this. I don't know how to connect these dots here. And if somebody's coming from that with everything about the word, everything about God, somebody has to be there to help fill that gap. So sorry, you can go to Bolo.
Yeah, no, Bolo, you can answer any question, either question or both if you want.
Okay, I'll answer the first question. Can you guys hear me?
You a little low.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is that better? Is that better?
A little better.
Okay, so I'll answer the first question. You know, Vaughn and touched it. It's you know, when it comes to discernment, it comes from humility,
Okay.
right? Knowing that it's not about you, right? And understanding that in Ephesians it says chapter 1 verse 17 that God of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of glory, may give you to the spirit of wisdom, revelation, in the knowledge of him. See, you know, outside of him we're nothing, inside of him we're everything. So when we learn to forego that ego, which is hard because we're so brought up in it, right, from the inception. So as soon as we step foot on this earth, you know, we're taught from society that's always about us, right? We don't learn to put other people first and things of that nature. Is about going out there and get your own, going out there and make it happen for you, right? With the Spirit of God, when we talk about the fruit of the Spirit, it's about being in service opposed to entitlement. So when you learn that it's not about you, that this right here was orchestrated by something greater than me, right? And this is going to segue into Anae's question. You know, I don't have to know the scriptures to know that this is crazy. All that's going on right now is crazy. When I mean all the stuff going on, meaning the creation, everything that's going on around me, how beautiful it is, how it works for itself, how everything works together. But it goes into also, you know, going in depth to her question. If a person don't know the scriptures and they don't know any of these things, you can't give them scripture because to them it doesn't hold the same hit that it does for you, right? So when you read James 1:19, what does it say? It says, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak. You have to know where that man or that woman is. And again, you can't retrofit, you know, you can't cookie cut every answer to every person, because where a name might be may be more advanced than where Vaughn might be. So I have to baby it a little bit more, for lack of a better word, to give it to Vaughn for him to understand. So I have to chew it a little bit more and give it to him so that he is able to take it and digest it, opposed to Anae, I can just give it to her, and being that she's more advanced, she'll get it. So if we're talking about a man or woman that don't know the Lord, having conversations with them, like she said, to know where they are, and then you can tie it in just through conversation and being sympathetic and understanding. It's about empathy, right? Empathy is about giving your answer from where they are, not from where you see, if that made sense, right? From where I'm seeing, I'm standing above. And again, I give this example. My granddaughter did something wrong, and I told her, "Come here." She got scared. She ran into the corner. So I had to realize from my granddaughter's perspective that big bearded dude talking to me, I'm scared. So what I had to do is I had to get small, right? So I got on my knees and I crawled to her and I said, "Come here." And right there, her seeing me as that big, ferocious guy, it's gone, because now I'm going to give a correction in a way that she can understand it, opposed to a way that I'm just going to deliver it and hope that she gets it, if that makes sense. So it's the same way we introduce them to our Lord and Savior. You give it to them from their perspective, not from where you're standing, but from where they're sitting.
All right, sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. All right, y'all. Let's keep on going. I think we're doing good. Pagoda, just hang tight, man. Hang tight. When we get done with this, we'll probably bring you up here. But right now, I want to get through this first. Let's see. Yeah. So my point was, about the scripture, because that was a good question, today. But Sister Annie, but what I want to do is, well, I'll try to answer both. The first, I agree, Bolo, and I agree with all you guys, that you're going to get that discernment from tapping into God. I think the problem is that some of us are so we done got to ourselves naturally where we tap in, and so we think that the other person we talking to is open to that, has that same kind of understanding, and they don't a lot of times, right? You say to them, "Hey, brother, you can just tap in, and then your life will start getting better, and things start happening." They say, "Tap in." What you mean tap in? I got to pick up the phone and call. They don't. That's how they thinking about it. They thinking about they're gonna have a verbal conversation with someone, and we have to explain to them that no, you're gonna have a spiritual conversation. This thing is gonna be mostly spiritual. You might have a verbal conversation because somebody has been sent to tell you something, right? But a lot of the times it's just going to be you in that quiet time, and you praying or meditating and trying to get a better understanding of this awesome being we call God, right? And his way of thinking and his way of doing things, so that you can be as successful as him. I don't know nobody that's more successful than God. A whole universe and a whole bunch of galaxies. Show me somebody else more accomplished, right? Hey, I mean, one day in the Quran, some of the people was complaining about the day and the night, and God told them, "Hey, man, you make one, and we'll compare mine to yours. We'll see what happens. You make a day." And, they shut up, but the point is, God is most accomplished. So if we want to be accomplished, there's things we can learn from his way of doing things, right? Therefore, if we tap into that, we can learn how to discern. Nobody can fool God. You can't fool God. You're just fooling yourself. And you think because God don't address it right away in English, "Hey, Clarence, you did something wrong. I think I got away with it." You ain't get away with nothing. It's on your docket. Unless you do something to wipe it off your docket, it's on your docket, right? So as far as the tapping in, and to get that discernment, so that we don't follow the wrong people, because that's what it's all about. In today's world, you got to pick and choose your shepherds. You got to pick the right shepherd. You don't pick the right shepherd, and then on top of picking the right shepherd, you got to listen to that shepherd and follow through. But if you pick the wrong shepherd and follow and do it and follow through, you can end up in a world of hurt, right? Okay, that's the first one. Second one is how do we get our people to tap in? Well, when they ask us, what does that mean? We got to tell them, like Vaughn said, hey, you got to read the word, right? Because I could just stand here and tell you anything, right? Yeah, man, I remember that time Jesus jumped off a flagpole and you'd be like, and you don't know no better. You're like, oh, wow, really? Yeah. Or, man, Jesus came over my house. We was playing PlayStation together. That's how tight we are. Really? Right? But if you don't know no better, see, it's good to have your own education. Your own education, so you can find and connect with people that's like-minded, right? They want good, you want good. They got a line that they won't cross, you got a line you won't cross. Okay, this is a good people, right? Maybe we can shepherd each other into more closer relationships to God. All right, y'all. Can we move on?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. I didn't know if I put y'all to sleep. Okay. All right.
Almost.
Stop it, Mark. All right. So 33. They made their father drink that night, right? This is the youngest one following the oldest one. And the firstborn went in. Oh, we did that. The firstborn went in, got the smackdown, right? Cool. All right. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, hey, check this out. I was with Pops last night. Man, it went down. Tonight we're going to make him drink again. We're going to make it go down with you. That's me paraphrasing. Let me read the scripture. Behold, I lay last night with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in. Like telling the older sister telling the younger sister here, go in and make it happen, right? And lie with him that we may preserve the seed of our father. Sounds good, right? Like Bolo said, right? They really wasn't tripping on incest at the time, right? Especially coming out of Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Anyway, and they made their father drink wine that night also, right? Poor Lot, he don't know what's going on, right? They just, they filling up with the alcohol, right? And the younger arose and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. She got in there, made it happen, and got up out of there, right? Thus were both of the daughters of Lot with child by their father, right? Today, that's a death sentence, right? But at that time, right? I'm on my own land. I'm on my own, right? This is how we get down, right? And the firstborn bare a son and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bare a son and called his name Benami.
Do you mind moving it up some? Sorry.
Moving it, oh, this way? This way?
Yeah, just so we can see where you are. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Sorry.
And the younger son also bare a son and called his name Benami. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. Holy smokes. We're going to leave it right there, y'all.
He's the father of the Ammonites. But I wanted to say something to you towards them sleeping with them.
Okay.
Remember, that wasn't something that he would have done had he been sober.
Correct.
So let's just, these are the daughters in their own thought process of not thinking of the long game, but thinking of right then and now and saying that there are no.
So the question becomes then.
And I have a question as well.
Okay. Matter of fact, ask yours, Vaughn.
Okay, so do you believe that the Lord frowned upon their actions? And then I have something else to add to that. Apparently, according to the scripture, is they took advantage of their father because it was non-consensual.
Yeah.
So do you believe that God frowned upon that? Or was it something that's just in his plan so that we can go on and be Christians?
You asking me or you asking Bolo?
Asking me or you asking Brother
I'm
Clarence?
asking anybody who can answer the question.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay. I personally, I don't think that God, one of those things where I don't think it was something that God was pushing, but I don't think it was something that he was willing to. I mean, he knew that the people got out like that. You know, a lot of the people got out like that.
Yeah.
So I don't think he saw it as the way we see it today, where you know something like that would have happened now. Lots of daughters would be in jail, right?
Well, yeah, in
That's,
today's
that's
time,
art,
but
right? It's art, right? So they would be in jail, but I don't think God saw it that way. I think God, you know, knew, hey, that's how they get down. Okay, whatever they do, I can use for my purposes. Whatever they do, right? But it kind of show you the beginning of the Ammonites and the Moabites. Kind of shows you what kind of we call that kind of place where they started. So you can see why things got kind of the way they got, or how they could have got the way they got because of this being the starting line of all of this stuff, right? And maybe God thought like this. It's good that they want a righteous man. It's good. That's a good thing. They want a righteous man in their life. That's a good thing. And I can understand because they realize they're probably never going to run into a man like their father. So I can understand them saying, if this is the only man that's righteous and within, 2,000 to 3,000 miles, then, that we got access to, then, hey, we better make it happen for right here. Right? Because Lord have favor on him.
Oh, okay. But then you gain access to all of the things that you're talking about through beguiling a person, through deception, through trickery.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? So
that's the part I think that God wasn't so good with, you know what I mean? But I think he understood why they were doing it and gave them a little slack behind that. I think that's in my opinion. I don't know, Bola might have another opinion, but that's my opinion.
And you know what? It's been a while since I've really gone over this, but my next question is: so apparently, at some point, Lot was aware that this took place, or was he just under the impression that these were
I was just thinking
children that born through someone else?
I think this is my opinion. I think at some point he had to, say, wait a minute, right? It's just the three of us here. You got a baby and you got a baby. What's going on? I think at some point he had to realize maybe something happened, outside of his realm of consciousness, right? Something happened. So I don't think he was aware at the time, but I think at a certain point, he definitely became aware that it went down.
Yeah. Interesting.
But, that's me. Why don't you ask Brother Bolo, see what he got to say?
I think to his question, I think you answered it. Good. I think that we just have to take in consideration everything that just happened. Because again, when we read the scriptures, it's really easy to just read through them. And sometimes when you just marinate on one verse to understand the verse, you have to take in totality what just happened. And again, I'm not giving an excuse to what these young ladies did to their father. it's given us understanding to their thought process. They just lost their husbands or the men they were betrothed to. They just lost their culture. They just lost their city. All of this happened in one fall swoop. That's
Mama.
you know what I'm saying? Their mother. Damn, that's even a better. All of that is devastating. So there's a chain reaction in thought process to why these women are thinking the way they're thinking. So what you're saying, there ain't no dude on the earth, man. They just saw brimstone fall down from fire and destroy all of the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. So in their mind, when they're saying there are no other men, they're talking about the city. It's the same way when we have that young boy or young girl and they have their first breakup. What do they think? They think the whole world is done. But there's a whole bigger world out there. You know, you just had your first heartbreak. It's understandable for you to think the way you're thinking. So we give grace and mercy there. We got to do it here too. Doesn't justify what they did. Doesn't justify it, right? Because in all in layman's terms today, that would be called graping,
Yeah.
right? That's what that would be called. So, you know, again, the Lord peels back a lot of the times the curtains pertaining to what's going on, so that we can have this conversation, so that we can understand where they're coming from. It doesn't justify it, but we can understand where they're coming from so we can have some empathy and sympathy for them. So that, again, it goes into the discernment and into the correction that Renee was talking about, right? That person that never heard.
You're breaking up just a bit, brother.
Excuse me.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? It would go into what Ane was asking earlier, right?
Yeah, that's better.
That person that doesn't know anything about the scripture, when they come to you and tell you, this is what happened to me, my family did this and did that, through understanding and the different ups and downs of the scripture, you can get some type of clarity on how to address that man or that woman through their thought process. So the Lord just doesn't want us to read it, because if you would just read Genesis 19 and not take the time to understand what just happened, because how many times have you heard someone say, listen, they just lost their mother, they just lost their men that they were betrothed to, and the cities was just destroyed. So of course they're thinking the whole world is done. These were young girls, right?
Yeah.
How many times have you heard someone come from that perspective? They don't. A lot of the times they don't. They'll just go, well, wait, look at the world women doing. Wine is this and that. So you have to take your time to pull back and understand where it's coming from, so that you know what to do and how to deal with men or women that have been sexually molested by a parent or by a child. So, you know, yeah. So
I just see it as a wicked thing that they did. You know.
Yes.
And,
You hear me?
Me reading.
Hold on.
I do actually. I receive everything everyone is saying. I just see it as a wicked thing. You know. And maybe my thoughts were not their thoughts back then, but there are a whole bunch of wicked accounts in the Bible. I happen to think what David did to Uriah was a horrible, wicked thing.
Woo.
Do you see what I'm saying? But at the same time, these are accounts that happened in the Bible, and they happened for whatever reason that they did happen. You see what I'm saying? But I don't want to condone certain behavior just because it's written down in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some things to me, and with the morality that I believe God gave me, it's just that's not pleasing to God, because there was definitely a different avenue that could have been taken. You know, you said these were young women. You know, perhaps they could have waited on the Lord. You see what I'm saying? But these are the accounts. I don't understand it all because I wasn't there in the time. But when you break it down the way that you have, I get the logic. I get the logic in what you're saying. It's just, I just see it as a wicked account.
Well, me explaining it the way it did doesn't change the fact that it was wicked.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly.
Absolutely, it's wicked. Absolutely.
But it did give me what you called empathy. And so maybe that's where their frame of mind was. It it gave me a little bit of understanding as to what their thinking process possibly could have
Right.
been.
Punishment is punishment. Punishment you're gonna get, right? You know, you're gonna
But
get
I don't believe God was pleased with that. But
no, not at all. He wasn't. The punishment you're gonna get, the punishment. But it doesn't make sense to punish the person if to give them punishment if you're not going to give clarity on and an understanding on why they're getting punished, right? And it gives you understanding and clarity on how to punish, because there's a difference between a kid that breaks a window intentionally, right, and a kid that breaks the window by mistake. You're not going to give them the same punishment. I promise you're not. But the only way that one kid broke that glass intentionally and the other did it by mistake is by conversing with them and understanding where their thought process is when they broke the window. So when they break the window, now I know how to address Bolo, who broke the window purposely. Dude, you got a problem, man. You're very defiant and very egotistical. So the punishment that I'm going to give you is going to fit your thought process so I can pull you out of it.
Right.
A A who made a mistake and was playing with a ball and it went into the glass, she's not defiant. It was a mistake. She miscalculated grabbing the ball. Her parents still have to pay for the glass, but I'm gonna admonish her in a way where, listen, just be more careful with what you do. You got to be aware of your surroundings. But Bolo, you're gonna be like, man, we keep telling you to stop. So your admonishment is going to fit the person opposed to fitting the sin, if that makes sense.
What was their punishment?
Let me just say this real quick to what Bolo just said. And I do definitely agree. I definitely agree because his mercy endures forever. You see what I'm saying? Even when it came to David and Uriah, God had mercy on David, right? But he still had to reap what he sowed, right? You see what I'm saying? I believe he lost a son.
Yes.
It comes back later on after a while, and I'm not the punisher. I'm not the discipliner. God is the decider of what the consequence is for whatever the particular sin is. But when we think of the rationale of the individuals and some of these characters in the Bible, then at least we get a better understanding of where their mind frame was. All David saw was Bathsheba. You see what I'm saying? So he kind of overlooked, and stepped over his character that he should have maintained. So I get it. I get what you're saying, Bolo. I don't want you to feel in any way that I'm in disagreement with you at all. I get what you're saying. It's just that there are definitely some actions in the Bible that are very questionable, And sometimes I say, well, God, were you pleased with so-and-so when they did that? Or, I know that his mercy, has been shown many times in the scripture. Come on. You see what I'm saying?
But see, here's a thought process that comes into that, right?
Yes,
you
sir.
have you have people that have denied Christ, right? You have people that have denied Christ, and Christ tells you deny me, I will deny you. Does he not say that?
Guys, I can say something. I can butt
Yes.
in for a second.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Does he not say that, Vaughn?
Well, yeah, he does say that.
Okay, but Peter denied Christ 3 times.
Right. And again, like I said, grace and mercy.
But it
You
depends.
see what I'm saying? Those two things. Praise God for those two things that are in operation in all of our lives.
Grace and mercy.
You see what I'm saying?
Grace and mercy is very important, but also the heart and why it was done plays a part also.
Exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't deny that at all. I wouldn't deny that at all. So, like again, I'm not
saying I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is all of these things play a part in concocting the punishment for the person that have that did what they did. So although when Christ tells you, if you deny me, I deny you, Peter denied him, but Christ knows the heart of Peter. So now you good. Don't worry about that. You knowing that you denied me is punishment enough. It's punishment enough for you. So just knowing who Peter is and how Peter moved and what Peter's a role in the gospel was enough to understand that Peter, punishments are different for different people, right? If I'm a hard-headed kid and I'm just hard-headed, I don't listen at all, okay? And I rob a bank and Ane is with me when I rob that bank. But if you look at my rap sheet, it's taller than Brother Clarence. Ane doesn't have a rap sheet. You're not giving us the same punishment at all. You're not giving us the same punishment. You're going to look at me and say, oh, you know what? But you have a history of these things. This is her first offense. So although she will be punished, it's not going to be the same way as I would be punished because you're looking at my track record and how I rock and roll.
What was their punishments? What was the whatever degree it was, what was their punishment for what they did? Like, and also, like when I thought about this, they got they gave him something to drink. They didn't need anything to drink to do that. Even if I was wanting to do that, I would probably have to get myself really tore up. To be able to do that. And also, like, did they not, if they believe their father to be as righteous as they said, is that not something that they could have had a conversation with him about? Like, hey,
he would have never done it. He would never have done it.
But what I'm saying is, so they, in doing that, knew that was wrong. So even the reason that they did it, they still moved forward and did that thing.
Right.
So, like, what was any consequence to what they did? Whatever degree it was, the lowest of the consequences because they had a legitimate reason or what someone would say was a valid reason. What was the consequence?
I could be wrong. I don't think there was one. I could be wrong because their thought process, again, what they did was wrong. So let's get that straight. Their thought process wasn't, we're doing this for sexual gratification. They were doing this for procreation.
And I get that. I'm still saying, even if we all have a why, like there's a why to everything that any of us do, right? It can be a honorable why, but just because it's something that we believe that would be a good thing to do, it doesn't mean that that's something that we should do. But like, so in this case, it's like they did this thing, not just one,
both.
Like, so they're trying to keep the lineage, the one sister. Okay, no, hey, you bring in little sister, right? So like, what? There's no consequence to this. So like, what lesson? What do we learn from this? What do we learn from this? Or what can be learned from this? You do this action, it's multiple sins happening here. What's the message?
Well, I think a message, and we got to get Pagoda in here, you guys.
Yeah, I'm waiting quietly, and I want to, first of all, Clarence, you can please put a close up on my picture.
I can't close up on your picture, man. This is the best I can get.
Stick with the topic, man. Come on.
I show it to you, that picture to you, Clarence, so you know what that is.
No, I don't. But I'm sure you'll explain it to us. But
I graduated on my degree. That's what it is. I sent you. You didn't see my letter. Yes. I sent you a picture of my diploma, Clarence. For God's sake, you didn't see the email.
Congratulations!
Congratulations, man.
What do you think I'm dressed like this?
I don't know, man. You do a lot of crazy stuff.
We were looking for your bike.
Hey. But Pagoda.
Like this.
Pagoda. We all got some smoke for you, so hold tight. Now let's finish.
Okay.
This real quick.
Yes, I want to talk. Guys, you talked about a lot, but you didn't talk about what he did to his girls.
Pagoda. Hold on.
What?
We're gonna wrap this up real quick, and then we're gonna get to you because all of us got something to do. All of us got some smoke for you. All right, so let's wrap this up. Now, what were we talking about, y'all? Let's wrap that up.
I
was talking about
punishments for the dog.
I wanted to make sure that we understand that God wasn't really focused on the evil
Right.
as much as he was having some understanding of the position that these girls have been put in, right? They've been put in this position where now they're living a life where, I mean, really, when's the next time you're going to run across somebody like your father? Your father's the man, right? And you as a woman, are you going, I mean, not like you, Sister Annie, you could go in the house and get on Twitch or one of these things, right? Switch right, switch left. They can't do that, right? They're living out in the mountains. They're living out in the mountains somewhere with their daddy, right?
Yeah.
Ain't no postal worker going by there. Ain't no meter reader going by there. Ain't no pool boy. They're not gonna see no dudes out there,
No.
right?
Okay.
They would have ran into dudes. They would have ran into dudes over in Zor, right? But the father was like, "Nah, I ain't feeling Zor. I ain't feeling it, man. You know, and for whatever reason, it doesn't go into it in this writing, but whatever reason, he wasn't feeling Zor. So he said, man, it's better for us to just have our own place up in the mountains, right? Okay, so they wasn't, needless to say, they weren't coming in contact with a bunch of dudes up there. So they had a good intention, but a bad plan. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's like a dude that goes out there and sells drugs. He got a good intention, was to make money, but the plan is flawed. Right? The plan is flawed.
Okay, so in other words, Brother Clarence, I robbed the bank, right? Because I was broke. Because I was broke.
Correct.
And so at least now you know why I robbed the bank. Wasn't right for me to rob the bank.
Right.
But now you know the reason why I did it, because I was broke.
Right. So we gonna understand.
Okay, I hear
you know, like what was that? What was that movie called John Q. Public? Right, man, robbed the bank to get the money for the kids' operation. Right.
Good movie.
Okay. Right. So they took that into account when everything went down. Right. And so that's what I'm saying. God ain't saying, yeah, man, going out there rob bank. Vaughn, you broke? Going out there rob bank. I'm gonna part the bank open just for you, Vaughn. Right? No. But when the police pick you up, they're gonna look at your circumstances and then looking at your it's like our people now. It's like Minister Farrakhan said, our people do a lot of evil now, but they don't do it because that's their intent at birth is to do evil. They're taught evil by just the what do you say? You born in sin.
Right.
You're born in iniquity, right? So you born right into it. You poop, right? You pop right into it. Our people learn these strange ways. These are strange ways for us. Lying, cheating, stealing. But our people learn.
In other words, Brother Clarence,
yes,
the same understanding we should have for this type of deception is the same kind of understanding that we should have for those who choose to sexually violate children.
No.
Wait.
You know, guys, you missed a big point in all of the story. You know.
Maybe I can finish my point. I don't know.
Hold on.
But I know Pagoda hasn't had any time.
Hold on. Let Vaughn
yes,
finish.
I'm. You know, it's. Come on. What about me?
Yeah, we're gonna get to you. We're gonna get to you. That's what we're trying to wrap this thing up.
Yeah,
so,
but I do want to make that point. So help me come back to it later, Brother Clarence, because I don't condone that. So even in me,
let me say that publicly that none of us
exactly none of us do. But
what I'm saying,
should I take the road and say, okay, I understand at least why this person committed this wickedness.
Correct.
I understand their frame of mind.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
So it wasn't.
We don't even have to come back to me now.
Listen to what I'm gonna say, Vaughn.
Yeah.
It wasn't their intention to do wrong from the beginning.
Correct.
They only did the wrong because they didn't see no other way out. Like Bola was saying, they're young. To them, the world is over. Sodom and Gomorrah burned down. That's it.
They lost their
These are the same daughters that he had to pray about. Didn't Lot have to like pray when his forgive me if I'm mixing something up. Didn't he pray like when they would be partying and stuff?
I don't think so.
No, the same.
But you know, you forgot one big thing about all of this. About you forgot to talk about what he did to his girls in the city of Sodom.
What did he do to him?
He offered
You
them.
know, when you had people trying to want to have intercourse with the angels or to grape the angels, if you get what I'm saying, and
Yes.
then Lot told them, don't grape the angels. Here is my 2 virgin daughter. Grape them instead. That's what he did.
That is not what he said. That is not what he said.
Oh, come on. He said, have my daughters.
Right, but that's
come
one
on.
of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why the daughters look.
What do you call that?
We covered that.
Yeah, we covered it.
And
But
if you can show us in the scripture where he said, "Here's my virgin daughters, go ahead and grape them," we'll submit to you.
Come on. He said, here's my virgin daughters. Know them instead of the strangers. He said, said, we want to know the strangers. You know, when people say in the Bible they want to know somebody, they talk about intercourse. So,
Bolo, will you please explain to him, like you explained on Sunday,
yeah,
what that was all about, so he can get a better understanding.
understand that these young girls knew their city. They knew their city. They grew up in this city, so they knew what the men were about. They knew.
Yeah, but still, he told them Lot tried to give his daughters to give the message to have the way with his daughter instead of the 2 guys instead of the angels.
In other words, that's like me saying to somebody, I'm not even going there. The point of the matter is they knew their city. Okay, they loved.
So what's that has to do with it?
If you could let me finish.
Okay.
Point.
Hey, and sorry, I was mixing Job up. Forgive me, that was my mix up.
So they knew their city and they loved their city. Okay, they loved their city. So when Lot to give his daughters to these men, he knew that they didn't want no girls. If anything, the reason why he was giving them was to show them, listen, these are my possessions. And I'd rather give you these 2 girls than for you to deal with these 2 angels behind, which these guys did not know, to save your life, because you don't know what you're about to do, and I do. This is why, if anything, he did it to save them. His daughters were completely safe. This was one of the reasons why they said there is no man like our father. If I gave my daughter to a bunch of rapists, do you think that my daughter's going to turn around and say there is no father or no great man like Bolo? You don't think it's going to come to that realization that this dude just tried to give me to these cats that tried to grape me? They knew that it wasn't about graping. They understood that.
Still, Bolo, that is a gamble that I think that no father, no normal father will take.
But you're doing what you should not do.
There's no gamble.
You're putting yourself.
Still, you have a masses. You tell them, what if they said yes? Give us. What if they accepted what he offered them?
But what you're doing is you're inserting yourself into something you should not insert yourself in. It wasn't you. It was not.
Okay.
I understand this point, Pagoda.
Okay, still, even then, what kind of father will give his daughter to the masses will offer his daughter to the masses for some strangers?
Let me ask you a question. Was Abraham a good father?
Abraham?
Yeah.
If you think about yeah, he was a good father overall, but
he was a good father. He was a good father.
All the Jews are looking at you, Pagoda. You better say the right thing.
Was Abraham a good
very funny.
Was Abraham a good father of Pagoda?
He literally he literally tried to sacrifice his son.
So you know where I'm going. So was he a good father?
To his, if you take what he tried to do to his son, then overall, unfortunately, Well, if you put it to somebody today,
Hold on.
will hear voices.
We're not gonna let you get away with that.
Now, that's a different.
He was
I like
told
it.
to do that to his son.
I like the
Come
way
on.
you word. Let him go.
That,
Let him go.
that's not fair because that's a different story. God specifically spoke to Abraham concerning
Yeah.
Isaac.
No,
That was a
Yeah,
word.
you know, but you know, a lot of people can claim that God talked to them. So if somebody,
That
yeah,
wasn't
but you
a
know,
word from
but
God.
guys, you know that a lot of people claim that God talks to them. So if somebody claimed that, so somebody, you know, you can never know. Maybe in his case he was right, but you know, if somebody comes today,
different
what?
situation, same
It was
circumstance.
a different situation. So I don't know how we can compare them both.
I'm going to tell you how.
That's what I don't get.
Because
Yeah,
Lot,
me either.
let me tell you how. Lot had a relationship with God.
Hold on.
What?
Bola, you got to mute your mic if you're not talking because you have an echo.
Okay. What
I
I'm
have an echo.
No, I did. What I'm
Okay.
saying to you, Vaughn, is the reason why you can compare the two is Lot had a relationship with God. This is why when the angels came to
What?
him,
When he had a relationship with God?
do angels not represent God?
Yeah, but you know, he the
Hold on. Let's take it slow. Do the angels not represent God?
yeah,
Okay, so
Wait, wait a minute, hold on.
they
Wait,
are the
hold on,
messengers
hold on.
of God.
Wait, is
So
there a difference between an angel saying something and God saying something?
the angels only say what God say. What
But is there a difference between something coming directly from God and something coming from the angel?
No.
Bolo.
Hold on. No.
Okay.
If
Okay.
God tells an angel go do something and the angel comes to you and say, yo, listen, God said do this, you have to do it.
Bolo, technically Satan is one of God's angels. So if Satan says something, it's God saying that.
Satan is not out of order. Satan is in order. Well, you see that in Job chapter 7. Satan is not out of order. So let's not conflate the conversation.
Okay.
Satan was created for a purpose, and he does that purpose. The same way Michael, the archangel, and Gabriel was created for a purpose, and they do that purpose. So don't conflate the two.
Okay, Bolo, relax, Bolo, relax.
Relax.
We're all trying to get an understanding. That's okay.
I'm not upset. I'm just saying. When
Yeah,
Gabriel,
you're passionate. We know. I get that way.
when the
Oftentimes.
angel came to Rebecca, was that not God talking to Rebecca?
Who came to who?
What? Who came to Rebecca, man?
You mean Rivka? When somebody came to Rivka?
Okay, let me make it easier. Do you remember Balaam, Vagoda? Balaam?
Balaam. Maybe I know it's the Hebrew name of Balaam. What is Balaam?
Balaam and Balak, the whole situation with the donkey. Do you remember that?
Talking
And
donkey.
God spoke through the donkey.
Talking donkey. I don't remember. I don't remember that part. In what book that is it? Is in what book is that in?
I believe it might be in Numbers. Let me check. I think it might be in Numbers.
Tell me
I
what
could be
number.
wrong. No, the book of Numbers.
Well, y'all, we getting off.
But
We getting off.
I do
we're
believe
getting
that we all have some legitimate questions concerning this scripture.
Yeah,
And I don't think any of them should be put off.
Which is
Okay, you know, I have another stuff about the story of Lot. You know, about the drinking and stuff. You know,
But Bolo has
your claim.
we got to fix that because it's kind of messing with the sound of it.
I'm muted.
Okay.
I'm talking. I'm muted, brother.
At least now nobody have problems with me. And
Hold on. We need to figure out where the echo is because in the ears of the listeners, when we play this back, that it's just not going to be fruitful.
yeah.
Maybe you have an echo.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to go on mute. Somebody talk.
Am I echoing?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I heard
Okay,
an
me
echo.
and Vaughn were muted, and Bolo, I guess, were muted. So I think it's you, Vagoda. You're the one with the echo. So you said you had a problem with your phone, and it's probably
Now I don't. I just, you know what? I will go mute for a
now
second.
you don't have an echo. Now you don't have an echo.
Okay. Something tells me that I'm going to strangle the person in the shop that I gone to. Never mind that.
It sounds like the echo's gone now.
Okay.
Thank God.
So
So about the drinking, You know,
Yeah, what about the drinking?
yeah.
I don't know.
Came
You are
back.
claiming that he
Yeah.
never remembered any stuff with his that they did with his daughter later, right?
I don't think. No. We said at the time that it was going down. At some point, he came to the realization. I'm sure.
Yes, Clarence. But my point is, if he don't remember that they put enough alcohol to make him go cold, go to sleep. So it seems ridiculous that he was they put him enough alcohol to go to sleep. How then he can perform on his daughter if he is so much drunk that he is asleep, that he doesn't remember?
Would you like me to explain that to you?
Does that it's not sounds reasonable? He probably that he will not remember night after night.
Let me explain that to you. God has put in the woman a ability to bring the best or the worst out of a man. Okay? Sometimes he can be conscious or sometimes he can be unconscious. The woman has that power, right? She can do it if you submit. Now, they put him in a condition where he was unconditionally submitted, right? Therefore,
but how he can perform?
How long does it take to perform? Maybe what? 10
you know
minutes?
what, Clarence? Let me get specifically and forgive me, Annie. How he got his stuff up to perform if he's so drunk?
We know Vagoda, we know what you mean. We don't have to get like that. We know what you mean. Okay.
Okay. So how a person in his 60s that is drunk, how we can do this and if not remember anything night after night? He probably know in some degree.
Well, listen, if he was intoxicated, I had a father that was an alcoholic. He didn't remember nothing he did the night before. I've seen people like that. They are so intoxicated, they don't remember what they did. They know they did, maybe they know in their heart they did something, but if ain't nobody telling, they don't know, right? Why do you think that gave him so much to drink? You think that he would have agreed to do something like that sober? He would never have agreed to something like that. Even if that was their desire. The only thing that would have made him even remotely agree to do something like that is if God told him and God did not tell him to do that, right? So we know that God didn't initiate that situation. They initiated that situation.
Wait a minute, you're saying that God told the girls to do it?
I'm saying that God did not tell them to do that. We know that. God did not tell them to do that. Because if he would have told them to do it, he would have put Lot up on the plan. But we see that they had to give him all that drink. They wouldn't have had to give him all that drink. If God was in the middle of it, they wouldn't have had to give him all that drink. Right? They would have just went right to it, right? But they had to intoxicate the man because he would never have agreed to sleep with his daughters. He wasn't that kind of dude. Now, I'm saying a lot of people did that down there back in the day, right? The cousins slept with people, whatever, right? Just to keep the blood in. Okay, they did a lot of that. God knew that. But
some still do it.
This particular situation, God didn't initiate that. It was them, they doing it on their own. And God can use whatever, right? He can use whatever. Isaac, the Moab, Ammon, whoever they want to use, and however they got here, he can use them how he want to use them, right?
But can I say this, Brother Clarence, very quick? And the echo is killing me, by the way.
Okay.
I don't know. Find the guy with the echo.
I don't know what we could do about it. Is it you, Brother Clarence?
No, it's not me. God,
I've been on mute. I've been on mute.
I was on mute too.
So Vagoda, can you go on mute? Vagoda, can you go on mute? Oh, wow. There's the echo. There's the echo. Yeah, the echo is gone now.
Okay, so it's Vagoda.
So let me just say this. Stay on
mute. What?
Mute.
It's me?
Yeah, it is you. So can you just stay on mute when you're not talking? Okay.
Vaughn is the
God
echo
damn
police.
it.
Vaughn is
Can-
the echo police.
I'm going to strangle the guy in the shop.
That's okay,
You
but
know,
just
trying to
mute
stop-
yourself if you're not talking. And that way we won't get that echo. And then when you talk, of course, we're going to listen. But I did want to say something, and now I'm almost forgetting my point because of all of the echo. You know, but
Concentrate, Vaughn.
here it is. It came back to me. I must have took my Ginkgo today. But here it is. Here it is. You know, when he said, well, wasn't Abraham a bad father? I believe somebody said that because of the situation with Isaac. No, Abraham was being obedient to God.
No, I wasn't saying he was being a bad father. I asked him.
No. Someone did. Oh, I thought I heard someone say bad
No,
father.
I said,
Well,
was
Bolo, you were saying that it was a Vaughn was saying that there's a difference, and you were saying it wasn't. But I would like to hear what Vaughn was going to say on that.
okay.
Yeah. So, you know, in the situation of Abraham and Isaac, you know, that's come on, that's specific between man and God directly. You see what I'm saying? Go here and I want to tell you what the sacrifice is. You know, let's go up. You know, that's totally different from, well, you know, I'm here. We're the only people here. So, you know, I want to conceive a child. So let's get our father drunk, and because there's no one else around. You know, who's to say that they were going to dwell in that land forever or in that city?
But that's
You
what
know,
Polo
they
was
weren't the only people on the earth.
That I made, Vaughn. You're totally off on that. You're wrong. We weren't talking about them sleeping. That was God. We were talking about Vagoda brought up the point of him saying that he was going to offer his children to be raped.
I wasn't finished with the point, but
What? Offer exchange with okay. Never mind.
I wasn't really clearly finished with the point.
Let
know.
me finish, Polo. Come on, Vaughn.
Yeah. What I was saying is there's a difference between the two accounts. Okay. One was a specific instruction from God, and the other one was not. And that's it. I'm gonna leave it there.
All right, may I respond?
Of course.
Okay, so when Rebecca, listen, we got to understand that the Lord speaks to people differently. He said that with Miriam and Aaron. He said that sometimes I'm gonna come apparently, sometimes I'm gonna come directly. With Moses, I speak straight up. With you dudes, I come to you in dreams, I come to you in parables, or whatever the situation is. So let's not get it twisted. It's still God. Let's not get it twisted. So when the Lord told Abraham, yo, go sacrifice your son for him, yeah, directly, straight up, the Lord.
Who did God Bolo? Who did God send to those two daughters to tell them to go lay with their father?
That's the question.
That's not the point that I'm making.
So we can make sure that we stay on like a line. We are all in agreement that God nor any messenger of God went to the two daughters to tell them to go sleep with their father. Are we in agreement with that at least?
Yes. No one went to the daughters and told them to go sleep with their father. I don't know how we got lost in translation. My response.
No, but that's what Vaughn is saying is the difference. That's the difference that he's saying, and I would agree. That
You're more than welcome to blame me for it if you want.
No.
Hold on.
Come on, blame me for it. Let me be the scapegoat.
The reason why Abraham came up, the reason why it came up is because Vagoda said, let's not forget about what Lot did to his daughters. Brother Clarence said, well, what did he do to his daughters? He said he tried to offer them to be raped by these men in Sodom and Gomorrah. And I said to him, no, you're wrong. He said he wasn't.
By the masses, not just the men, the masses.
Cool. He said that he wasn't a good father because he wanted to offer his daughters to these dudes opposed to these guys trying to go in there and sleep with these two angels, which Lot already knew about. Okay. My response to him was, so was Abraham a bad father? And that's how that conversation came apart. Never did I agree or did I say an angel came to the daughters and said, do this.
I didn't, and I don't think I said that you did say that.
That's not the point.
I didn't say that. what I was saying
That
was,
wasn't, yeah, that wasn't
go
what.
ahead, Vaughn. Go ahead, Vaughn.
No, I'm sorry, but that wasn't what I was saying, Bolo. You know, I was just differentiating between the two accounts.
Yeah.
But the
One,
point that I was trying to make was,
and I'm not talking about Lot. I'm talking about his daughters.
Mm-hmm.
but the only reason why I brought up Abraham was pertaining to why Vagoda said that his father.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. That's
All
fine.
right. So then you bringing up the point, you bringing up the daughters going in there and doing what they did to the father is inconsequential to this conversation, because I
Okay,
only
so
made
that's where I want to understand. Now, hold on. I want to stop you right there. I want to stop you right there, brother. I want to stop you right there because I have a legitimate question. So don't say it's inconsequential to the conversation if I have a legitimate question,
Vaughn,
that I'm asking.
the reason why I say it's
That means you're kind of like blowing me off.
No, I'm not
disregarding what I'm saying.
Vaughn, listen again. Okay.
Again. Okay. Then when you're done, I want you to listen one more time.
No problem.
To what I was trying to say.
Cool.
And then we can go from there.
The reason why Abraham was brought into the conversation is because of what Vagoda said. Okay, pertaining to the father, the daughters doing it to the father was never a conversation that I brought up. You're coming into a conversation that Vagoda and I are having. So
I thought we were all having a conversation, brother. Wait a minute. What? Okay, you know what? I digress. I'm going to hear you.
You're having. I understand that there's 5 people on the panel having the conversation. Vagoda made a point to say, when we were talking about trying to understand the thought process of the daughters, because Anae was saying, what punishment did they get? Right? And Brother Clarence eloquently was giving her the answer to her question. Vagoda came in and said, hey, let's not forget what the father did. And we was like, what did they do? He offered his daughter to the masses to be raped. So then my response directly to that, in you saying that he was a bad father, was, hey, so what about Abraham? Was he a good father? Because he was going to sacrifice his son. Then it went to you saying, hold on, it's 2 different situations, because God spoke directly to Abraham and there wasn't that situation with Lot. And I'm saying to you, through discernment and through relationship, yes, he was talking to God. No, he didn't talk to him directly, but there's a lot of people that didn't talk directly to God, spoke directly through angels. Now it went into the line of, so you're saying that if they talk to an angel, that's talking to God? And I said, hell yeah, it is. So then Vagoda or you, one of them, I think Vagoda said, well, Satan was an angel. And then you said, yeah. And I said, but Satan was created for a purpose. Satan ain't out of order. Satan is doing what he's supposed to do. You've seen that from Job. Satan is never out of order.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. And I know this is going to seem rude, but because I don't want to have stuff that's not quoted.
I wasn't talking about Lot when I made my statement, by the way. I was
so when you said,
concerning the daughters.
When you said, Bolo, when I asked you,
we'll go back.
It doesn't matter how the part came up, because you keep saying that the part where Vagoda brought that part up, to the point where when Vaughn was saying there's a difference between Lot's daughters doing something because they were doing it because they wanted to have offspring by a man like their father, and Abraham being told by God directly. And then I brought up, there's a difference between if something is said directly from God and something being said by like an angel, because you brought up angel. I don't even know where angel falls in here. That's why I asked, did somebody tell the daughters that they were supposed to go sleep with the father? So to Vaughn's point, what he was saying was that there is a difference in God telling Abraham to do what he was going to do or was asked to do, if you go tell somebody something and your son goes tell somebody something, there's a difference in if you say it and your son say it, even though your son may say, hey, my dad told me to go say this thing, right? Or your daughters, if it's a difference. And if you go directly to them, there's more power in the punch if I tell you something as opposed to it coming through some tin cans to come to relay the message. And not saying that string is not significant, but Vaughn, at least I believe, and I'm not saying that we all have to agree on anything, but I get what Vaughn is saying. There's a difference in what Lot's daughters were doing and what Abraham did or was
And let me
doing.
just say this.
Bolo.
Yes.
Let's let Vaughn respond to what you said so far
Okay.
and what Annie just said, and then
Sure.
then you go.
I want to say something. It's a little bit funny that a conversation about the Bible turned into a crime scene.
Oh my God, Pagoda. What am I going to do with you? Okay, let's let Vaughn respond to what Annie and Bolo said, and then I'll respond, and then we'll listen to Pagoda again.
So here's the thing. Pagoda brought up the fact of what Lot did with his daughters.
Right.
I spoke about that in the last stream.
Right.
I didn't have issue with that in this stream.
Okay.
What I was specifically speaking about was Lot's daughter's actions.
Okay.
And I do know that the definition or the explanation of the scripture was that they get a pass. We need to understand their mindset at the time, and this, that, and the other. Okay, it's still a dastardly deed to me.
Hold on, Bolo. Hold on.
I didn't say anything. That's not me.
It's still a dastardly deed to me to undermine your father that way under any circumstances. And I don't believe
we all agree on that, Vaughn.
And I don't believe that God is pleased with that. Now, when we get into this conflation of everything, I think there's a huge misunderstanding there, because I believe Bolo thought that I was saying something.
Shout out to Diamond.
To reference something else other than what I was actually referencing, which was the daughters of Lot's actions. And when we compare their actions between Abraham's actions, when it came to Isaac, God specifically spoke to Isaac. God did not specifically speak to Lot's daughters to sleep with him incestually to bear children.
Right. But
So
we have
that was the point I was making. It had absolutely nothing to do
but
with
Vaughn,
Lot.
let me ask you a question, Vaughn.
What he did to his daughters.
If you don't let him finish.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm used to being interrupted, but go ahead, brother.
I'm sorry.
Actually,
If I interrupted you, Vaughn, please continue.
I think that I was able to make the point the best way that I can. If it's still misunderstood, I don't know what else to say. Go back and listen to the tape, but I digress.
You were okay. Don't worry. You know, guys.
Wait a minute, Pagoda. I told you it was going to be me after Vaughn, and then you, and then we're going to go back.
Okay, I am jumping. I'm also want to be a part of the conversation.
We're going to get to you.
Okay, bro. Okay.
I'm not even talking. All right, so, but Vaughn, what I do want to ask the question is that you are just like the rest of us. We all assume that God would not be pleased with these girls doing what they did, correct?
Yeah.
And nobody from God's camp came in and told them to do that, right?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. Same thing with Abraham. Abraham was told, hey, your wife is going to have a baby. That was it. That was the end of the story. But he did something outside of what he was told, right? So did Abraham get punished? Not in the way we think of punishment, right?
You're basically talking about another situation. You're not talking about a situation where we have to take
I'm talking strictly.
Right?
Listen, Vaughn.
Okay, no, I'm listening. I just want to understand. That's all.
But if you don't let me explain, how you gonna understand?
Oh my God.
If I'm talking about just the fact that Abraham had a good desire. I want a son. That was good. It's good that he wanted a son. The problem is the plan that he decided, I'm gonna listen to my wife, instead of listening to my father. Can we agree to that? Okay. God told him what
You got
to
it,
do.
brother. You got it.
But I just want to make sure I'm not off. Is that so far I'm right, right? He decided, God told him, hey, your wife's gonna have a baby. He said, she's old. What was going? He said, trust me, I got this. You just do what I say. But the wife said, don't listen to God, listen to me. I'm too old. Ain't happening. Go with my servant. Go with her.
Hagar.
Hagar, yeah. Go with Hagar, right?
Hagar.
Now, if he had listened, Isaac wouldn't even be here, right? We would never have known about Isaac, right? But he did. But my point is, that wasn't something, God was not pleased with that, but he used that situation for a positive. That's what I'm saying. Same thing with it, because the ultimate question that Annie was asking, was there any punishment? And I'm saying, not the way we may see it as punishment, right? They have to live with the fact that they disobeyed God. I don't know how you crawl up under that rock, crawl out from under that rock without really repenting, but they had to live with that situation, right? But Abraham did the same thing that these girls did. The girls had a good plan. I want to be with a man of substance like my father. That's what the kind of man I want. Okay. Now, but they put the plan together. Oh, well, instead of doing it by going into Zor or any other town with men and trying to, hook up with a man or whatever, they decided we might as well deal with our dad. Our father's right here. Our mother's gone. Who can stop us? Right? Who can stop? See, that's what a lot of these people, who's going to stop me? The mother's not there. The father's old. He can barely see and walk. And we know how to get the party started. So let's go and do it. You think the oldest daughter probably said, this is how you get this started. This is how you get this motor running. Right? I mean, she told everything else, right? So my point is that they all did something that God wasn't pleased with. I'm not saying he did the right exact thing, but they did something that God wasn't pleased with, yet God turned it into a positive, because God is the only one that can turn any negative into a positive, right? So that was the point I was trying to make. Not that it's the same issue, because we know that was a bad thing for the girls to go into the room in the first place with their father, right? That was frowned upon. But at the same time, some of these camps were living like that, right? You go into and we still got some places in the Middle East where they let the father do the first bid.
Where
Right.
you have brothers and sisters and cousins having kids, and usually those kids are retarded, or at least very dumb.
Thank you.
Wait,
Thank you.
make sure you don't pay attention to the words. Hey, but Brother Clarence, let me ask you just one question.
Okay.
Do you believe that instruction from God directly?
Who got instructions from God?
Whoever it is, whether it's Moses or that it's coming directly from God.
Well, we know with Moses, the death came directly from God, right?
Right. So I'm saying that you see a difference in that delivery, and because God can speak through all of us, right? And
right.
as opposed to, like, say, if I said something to you because I honestly in my heart with the Holy Spirit believe that God was telling me to tell you something. Is there a difference in delivery in those two to you?
Okay. To me, because of my discernment, no, it wouldn't be. Okay. If I can discern that you speaking for God, it wouldn't be. But we see it all the time. We see it. One of the biggest issues in the Bible, where we have somebody that was speaking for God and delivered the message, and the dude was like, hey, I'm gonna check y'all later, man. I ain't got time to do that, man. I'm finna go live the high life, man. I'm out here going on this boat, right? Jonah, right? Jonah was told by the angel of God, hey, check this out, man. You got to go to Nineveh. They tripping. You got to knock that out. What did Jonah say? I'm out. Now, maybe if God would have delivered that message to himself, maybe he would have handled it different, right?
Mhm.
But he handled it like this. Oh, this just the angel of God. He ain't gonna do nothing to me, right?
Mhm.
So I'll get back to God when I get with you when I get with you, right? And he went ahead and did what he had to do, right? He found out that, right, that maybe wasn't the right decision, right? So, my point is, we have a lot of places where we see people disobeying, but now they're not talking directly to God. They may not be talking directly to God. I would think they would probably have a bigger influence on a person, especially if they've never talked to God, talking to God, right?
Mhm.
Prophet Muhammad never talked to God. It was always a representative that came to him and gave him revelation, right? But he tried to stand on it, right? He did his best to try to stand on it. So it just depends on the person and how they're going to, where they think they are in their faith. If their faith is strong and their discernment is strong, then they will say, I know who you are. I know who you are, right? You see all the time where people say, Jesus come into a town, never met none of these people. You're Jesus, son of the God, right? They know exactly who he is, right? So it's just a discernment and where you at in your faith, in my opinion.
Mhm.
All right. So now let Vagoda say something, and then we get back to you three guys up there. Let you guys duke it out.
Okay. First of all, it's two guys and a lady, you should say, but never mind that.
Of course, you're right, Vagoda. That's why
Yeah.
you got to watch what you're saying up here because we have a lady present, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice.
It ain't time to, this ain't fella talk, right? This ain't the
Yeah, I didn't say something, something blue.
something blue.
You know what? Something
Oh,
erotic.
comedy. Okay, blue like comedy. I
No,
got you.
no, blue like erotic, like
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know.
That's
But
that's blue.
Can you get to your point on the subject?
Yeah, about the subject. First of all, hello, Diamond. Nice to see you. Good morning. First of all, about the subject, guys, about what Bolo said. I think that if the angels that came to Sodom, they came look like normal people. No, Bolo.
Yes, they came looking as men.
Yes, and they also the whole family of Lot and Moses saw the angels as men. So technically, you can say that the angels have revealed to them to the family of Lot, and the Moses. No, but you need to remember that what?
Lot knew what they were. Lot knew who they were. There is
Yes, but
no scripture that says that the family knew that these guys were angels. We know that Lot knew.
Okay, but my point is they were dressed up as men. They didn't have a relationship of speaking directly to Lot as the angels. They didn't Okay, that's what I'm. It's not. It's very far from God himself. We've spoken directly to Lot as God, and not in a disguise. But that's my point. That's what I think in terms of a relationship between Lot and what you claim that Lot has a relationship with God. But that's in any case. Let's see what I want to say also about what you said, Clarence, about the incest. That's usually happens in Arab and Bedouin, especially Bedouin societies. That they like I said, they have
I think if
between.
I think if you look in Israel, there's somebody doing it in Israel, just like there's people doing it in America. I think it's just all over. Now it's not
Clarence, in Israel, Israeli Jews don't sleep with their cousins. That I can promise you.
I know. Everybody,
Maybe if you are Orthodox, then you will marry maybe some.
There ain't no liquor stores. Ain't no. Everybody's perfect, right? They don't even
No.
sell condoms there, right? I got
No,
you.
what is a liquor store?
Right.
We have Yellow's store, but what is a liquor store?
A liquor store is a store that you could go in and buy liquor and all types of things.
What is liquor?
Liquor is alcohol.
Oh, it sounds like
alcohol.
okay. Yes, we have a lot of booze here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then, thank you. This is my point, Pagoda. I was being sarcastic, but this stuff is going on every place.
Yes, but we don't have people. Okay, but just want to get to also to add that also sleep with even with foreign members in their bigger family. You can say the chamula, their own chamula. You can say. Okay.
Listen. I'm not.
That's I want to add.
I'm not going to go on about that because one of the biggest groups of people that would try to preserve their blood is the Jewish people, right? They don't even want you marry outside. They don't want you to They don't want you to have sex outside. They don't want you to do it. It's frowned upon, right? I mean, we're just talking real. We're just talking truth.
Yeah.
It is frowned upon. The Jewish people are, at least in America, they are so protective over their children. They don't even let them go to the public schools here. They make them go to Jewish schools, so they make sure they learn about Jewish society and Jewish law and Jewish things related to the Jewish people, right?
That is how that's supposed to go.
Okay.
If I was in their shoes, but never mind that.
So what I'm saying to you is that you're making it sound like only these group of people are doing this stuff. But I'm telling you, as far as we know, it's been going on with a lot of different groups of people. And
yeah, but Clarence, what I'm trying to, I answered you is that Jews don't sleep with their cousins.
And I don't believe that. I don't, but I would never. There's no way you could prove it, and there's nothing you could say because
you think that Jews that are marrying in the USA are marrying to people that are their cousins.
What I'm saying to you is, Pagoda, everyone has crossed the line, all of us, and just because you're Jewish doesn't mean, oh, well, I haven't crossed the line because I'm Jewish. No,
I never said that.
Okay, well then you can't pick a sin and say the Jewish people don't do this. No, you can't. Everybody.
We don't sleep with our cousins like the Bedouins. That's what we don't do.
Okay, well you can say
or like the Arabs.
You can say that all you want. Well, but if the Jewish people are so much better as far as morality than everyone else, why doesn't that reflect in their position? No, they have.
I never said that.
Just like the rest of us.
Clarence, I never said that.
No. But if you're saying that, hey, they don't do these types of sins, then that should be reflected in their behavior, right?
Clarence, most of the world. Okay, but Clarence, most of the world don't sleep with their aunts, with their cousins. Okay?
I know, and I'm not saying most of the world does do that. What I'm saying is there is a portion of every society that is deviant, and so that
of course,
including the Jews.
Of course, there are sick people here also.
That's my point.
You want me to give you an example of this?
Wait a minute. You're the one that tried to exclude them, and I'm telling you. You said you tried to exclude the Jews from this particular situation, and I said, no,
what?
Not exclude them from that.
Clarence, Pagoda.
Just wait, just so we can be on the same page. Okay, you said that Jews do not sleep with their cousins. What Brother Clarence? Just for a second. Okay, what Brother Clarence is saying is that it would be nice for that to be a true statement, but just because we want something to be true and that someone in our, whatever the race in your family, we can't say with 100% certainty that they never do that or it doesn't exist. So he was only making the point to what you stated as saying that could not ever happen with Jews. And he's just simply saying, unless you know everyone and with them 24 hours a day, you can't say that. You would hope that, and we would hope that with any person. But the reality is that we can only truly speak for ourselves.
Okay, I never said there is no 100%. There is always maybe some. There's probably some perverts out there that they are doing
Let me
that.
tell you about me,
But
Vagoda.
I'm talking about really serious numbers.
Wait.
you know.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you about me, Vagoda. All of that, you have to speak very clearly to me. You really have to speak very clearly with me, because if you don't, then I'm going to presume that you are serious about what you said, because I would never say nothing like that, because that's the way I am. Now we might be different people, and you might say, like a lot of people say this: everyone went there, everyone saw this movie. See, but I would never say that, or at least I try not to say that. Everyone did it, because that's a lie. Everyone didn't do it. Everyone didn't. Everybody wasn't there. Everybody's not trying to do this. Everybody's not trying to do that. But my point is, if you say that, then I'm going to say, how did everybody do it, right? See, that's the way my brain works, is always try to find where something went wrong. What, how can that happen? How can that be? I'm always pressure testing what you say to me. So I think I'm just going to explain. I'm just going to tell you, man, you need to be more clear when you're talking about Clarence. That is a very low portion of the Jewish people that would even get involved in something like that. Now I can write.
Okay, I got you.
Now I can let it go.
Okay, Clarence, I got you.
Okay,
I got you. But
also,
what do you want to say, Clarence?
I said, are you finished, or can we bring Diamond in? Which one?
Let's see what I want. I also want to talk to you about what I wrote to you. First of all, how did you didn't see the pictures, all the pictures in the what I wrote to you in the email? I literally sent you a copy of my diploma.
I know, but I'm just saying, Vagoda, I have a lot to do. I have a lot. I'm not a single guy, just having fun in Israel. I'm a young man who has many things, many irons in the fire. I got a granddaughter. I just spent my whole day with my granddaughter today. That was preempt too, right? You know why? Like I said, there's two things that are always undefeated: God and grandkids. God and grandkids, they undefeated. My granddaughter was crying last night because she was
sorry to hear.
She was missing. No, but she's fine. She's in a warm bed. My son was taking care. She has plenty of food to eat. She wasn't in a bad situation. In her mind, like Bolo been trying to tell us the whole time, in her mind, from her viewpoint, the world was coming to an end because she wasn't with me and my wife, because she usually sleeps at our house. But she was sleeping with my son at his new place out in San Pedro out here, right? But her world, she was just like, I want to sleep with y'all. I want to be over your house, right? So the girl was crying. So to keep her see, I recognize that from her vantage point, her whole world was coming down, right? So I said, okay, I'm gonna take you to breakfast, and then we just spent the day. Took him to Target. Bro, C drops $182 in Target on these girls, right?
You took him to Target? You took him to paintball, you mean?
I took him to eat, and then I took him to Target. No, Target, I mean the store. The shop.
I thought that you gone to shut or something.
The shops that the Jewish people wouldn't let go into New York, Target. The Jewish people said, you ain't bringing Target in here unless you pay us $15 million a year. And so the Target said, no, thank you. We're out of here, right? That Target, right? So my point is this. I got a lot going on. So sometimes I may miss something. I may drop the ball on something. So you can just,
okay.
I'm just your little brother. You could say to me, Clarence, hey, man, go check that email, right? I just didn't see it. That's all. I got a lot going on. Me and my team, we doing stuff in the background. We got a lot going on.
You have a team?
I have a team. All those people you see on top of you.
Wait a minute, in karate, no?
Brother Clarence, Bro, see, I got to bounce, but can I say something before I go?
All right, yes, sir.
Because Vagoda is a labyrinth, baby. Vagoda,
A plant for sure.
my man takes us over. Let me say this to go back. I agree with both Anae and Vaughn that God wasn't
Agreed.
talking to them, the daughters, as far as giving them instruction to do what they did.
Agreed.
I agree with you guys. He did not. The thought process that the daughters had was, this is the ending of the earth. All this stuff that's going on, it traumatically affected them. Still, what they did was wicked as hell. And I think Brother Clarence and I addressed it being wicked as hell, because it was still grape. Okay.
Right.
In his right mind, he wouldn't have did it. So I agree with you guys. There were no instruction from the Father pertaining to them. But even when we read Numbers, right?
Uh-oh.
Even when Israel was getting instruction, can you hear me? Sorry. Even when Israel was getting instruction from God, they still didn't listen. God got so pissed at Israel, he had to say, yo, dude, 10 times you guys have denied me. And I'm paraphrasing, 10 times. So you know what's going to happen now? All of you dudes are going to die. Everyone in this generation is not going into the land of Canaan. All of you guys are going to die. It got to a point where he said to Moses, yo, I'm going to kill off Israel and make you a nation. Now he's being facetious. He wasn't going to do that, but he wanted to see what Moses was going to say. What did Moses say? Lord, you can't do that. You saved Israel with a glorious thing. What will the people say? Blah, 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 blah. So even when people were talked to by God, they still disobeyed. Again, it's the discernment and the relationship that these men and women that had with the Father that kept them in command. Look at Adam and Eve. They dealt directly with the Father. He used to walk with Adam in the cool of the day, of the morn, and Adam still went off, still put something above him and didn't follow what he was supposed to do. So these things happen, and it goes into what Brother Clarence was saying, the relationship and how you are reverencing the Father, right? Meaning God. But again, let me just make this abundantly clear. I agree with both of you that the daughters did not get instruction from any angel, from any inclination of the Father or any apparition when they did what they did, and they were wicked for doing it. However, the Lord is giving us, again, we talk about understanding these people's perspective on why they're doing what they're doing and how they're doing it.
That's a good point.
Why they're doing it.
That's a good point.
So when they just see Sodom and Gomorrah get destroyed, they see their mother die, they see their betrothed gone, in their mind, this is why when you go to court, what do they ask you? What did you think? Well, I feared for my life. That's all that counts. You feared for your life. Now, again, I'm just using it as an example. I'm not saying it that because they did that, it was right. It was wrong. But the Lord is showing us something through this. And again, we're not going to see everyone's punishment. Even God tells you that. Just because you see the wicked dude prospering, don't worry about him. He going to get his. You may not see his punishment, but they going to get it. So how they got punished, the scriptures don't say. I don't know. But I just want to make abundantly clear, the girls, what they did to their father, they did not get instruction from God at all. And
Bolo, I have a question for you before you finish. A little question, okay?
Oh boy.
yes, sir.
Don't call me sir, first of all. I'm not nobody's sir here. But in any case, if you had to pick a city that is the Sodom of today, which city do you pick, and why? Just wondering.
If I had to pick a city of Sodom and Gomorrah, what city would I pick?
Yeah, to modern day Sodom and Gomorrah.
I'd say America.
That's not a city.
Well, I'd say America. I know it's a country.
I would say, if you asked me a few years ago, I would say happily Tel Aviv for a number of reasons.
I was going to say
Because
that too.
You was gonna say Tel Aviv too?
yeah, because of all that, because it's a heaven of gay, because it's a center of gays and a lot of, and I'm not going to say what. But today I would say Gaza.
All for you guys. There's so much wickedness out there. You could pick so many different cities out there. All
Well,
right.
keep this in mind too. A lot of the things that these cats did back then in today's society would be considered off. Keep that in mind also.
Agreed.
Again, we have to, when we read these scriptures, we have to read it from that part of the world where it was given. We are giving a different understanding, a different thought process. We're taught to serve the creature more than the creator on this side of the world. So when we understand, you got to go into the culture, the customs. You have to go into it. I'll give you an example. The scriptures, when it talks about Christ, and then I got to bounce after this. But when it talks about Christ, that what he was covered with in his when he was buried, it says it was folded. We all read that, right?
Okay.
Von Bryant?
I'm here.
Yeah, we all read that that it says it was folded, that his covering, what they covered him in, was folded, right?
Okay.
Okay. Do we know the significance in that?
No, sir.
Bond, do you know the significance in it?
Explain.
Okay, the significance in that, again, is, let's say if all 6 of us are eating dinner, right? And we're at Brother Clarence's crib. And Brother Clarence says, let's step out, drink some wine, or let's step out on the veranda and have a conversation. What would happen is, Brother Clarence has, let's say he has servants, right? He has people that clean up. What we would do is we would fold, those that were coming back to the table would fold their cloths. And this would indicate to the help that we were coming back. So don't pick up where we're eating. Don't clean where we're eating. You understand what I'm saying? So knowing the culture, when Christ folded that cloth, what he's saying is, I'm coming back. But if we don't know the culture, if we don't know the understanding to these things, right? We don't understand the full word that he's given. So it's not just about reading the word, right? It's about understanding the culture. It's about knowing the history of that part of the world at that time, understanding why they did what they did and how they did it, not from the perspective that we have today. And that's where a lot of us go off, right? Instead of trying to understand.
Bolo, it was you say that, but we're not.
I'm
At
just
least I want to speak for you,
saying
Vaughn.
anything.
But
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
talking about if that was the custom then there would not have been a need for getting Lot drunk, in my opinion, or my thought, because and I'm very aware. I mean, it's just disgusting to me, right? So I understand that that's just coming from me now here, but I'm saying, even just in me looking at, like, what were the laws back then? What was the law back then that they were obeyed, or going by the law of that time, to be able to have, to have children with your father? So so it's not a misunderstanding for me, or me trying to put myself in. I'm trying to understand what gives it some sort of weight that they did do it based on what was going on at the time. But just even the way that they moved showed to me that it wasn't righteous.
And I agree with you. The point that I was making was overall understanding the culture. I'm not saying to understand that what they did was right or wrong because of the time that they were in. Even the time that they were in, it was wrong. That's why they got them drunk. So
I know, but you're saying, because what you just said was that we keep trying to put ourselves in. I'm saying that's not what I'm doing here. I've definitely distinguished the part where I'm saying, to me, that's disgusting. But what I'm saying is, in me trying to understand what was happening at that time, and what was permissible at that time, and how God was speaking at that time, I don't, at least for that story, that's not one where I'm connecting any dots. I'm on the same page with you with understanding why they wanted to do it, but understanding why someone wanted to do something I understand why David did that with Uriah. It doesn't mean that it was right. And I don't see anything in the laws of that time that said that he was okay to do that.
But I agree with you. I never said that he said it was okay.
Who is Uriah, if I may ask? Sorry, who is Uriah?
Vagoda, 1 second, then you can rock out.
Sorry.
I agree with you. I agree with you. The point that I'm talking is overall, because this is my last thing before I go. So I'm speaking overall, right? Understanding the culture of how they rocked back then in general. I'm not speaking specifically towards what we're reading today in Genesis 19. I'm speaking in general, just understanding their thought process and how they think of things and how they do things opposed to how we do things today. That's all I'm talking on. What they did was off. There is no rhyme reason to try and clarify that it was right. It was wrong. The point of the matter is that particular scripture, when we're reading it, is to give you some type of understanding on why they did it. This is not a scripture that we read through and let it go. This is a scripture that we have to sit down and breathe on it. You have to dissect it. It's like reading Romans. There are certain scriptures that Paul writes that you just can't read through because it will confuse anybody. So we got to go through it section by section to understand the thought process. Doesn't make it right or wrong. So this is not a right or wrong statement I'm making. It gives us clarity into what's going on back then and why they did what they did. I'm not justifying them on why on what they did. It just brings clarity to why they did it. Now, again, they don't speak on punishment of them pertaining to Lot's daughters and their children, right? It doesn't speak on it. But again, like Brother Clarence says, but just because it doesn't speak on it doesn't mean that they weren't punished. So again, it's not that I'm saying that you're not understanding. That wasn't my point. The point that I was making is just small things like the folding of Christ's cloth. A lot of people don't know that, right? That's an important point because the chapter ends with it being folded. End of chapter. Well, damn, why did it end with that? That was my thought process. Why did it end just like that? His clothes being folded. That got to mean something. So I searched out, went into the history and looked and said, wow, just that little point made a big statement. And I could appreciate it now. That's all I'm saying. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, when's the next time?
Bolo, I can say something to you before you leave?
Hold on. No. We're gonna let this man go because we gotta move the ball around. We gotta get Diamond, we gotta get Vaughn. We gotta let Bolo go. He's got other stuff.
Okay. I just want to say small stuff to Bolo. First of
What's going on tonight?
No. We're not
it's morning here, not night.
No, Bogoda. No, we're not doing it.
Okay.
You have to catch up to him later. He'll be back. You'll be back. So you'll be able to ask him later. Write it down. All right, Bolo, when's the next time we're gonna see you?
You can see me in the next 5 minutes.
Where you going?
I'm going to be sleeping after this show.
I'm going to my channel, start a show. Hopefully just be an hour, but you know me, I'm long-winded. And then tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
All right, y'all. That's Brother Bolo from over
there. Bye, guys. See you soon.
Go over there and after we're done as well. All right, that's Brother Bolo. All right, let's get to Diamond and then straight over to Vaughn.
Sorry, Diamond.
Vaughn got a lot of stuff. And then we get back to you, Vagoda, and then Sister Annie, she just jumps in whenever she wants to.
No, I do, but let me apologize to Vaughn because I think I cut him off twice. I do apologize, Vaughn.
No, it's okay. No.
Well, we're gonna get to Vaughn. We're gonna give Vaughn all time to air out his grievances. So
I have no grievances, so it won't take long when you continue.
All right.
Vaughn probably wants to smack all of us in the face after this.
All right, what? So we're gonna let Diamond go, and then Vaughn, and then whoever else wants to jump in there. All right, so Diamond, you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, well, Vaughn don't want to slap you. He wants to give all of you a spin kick. That's what it really is.
He was spinning back kick, huh?
Right. Put on on the serious tip,
That's all right, man. You know, Vaughn loves me. What is he gonna do with me? Vaughn and Annie, they love me. What are they gonna do? They're gonna get mad at me, but
they're all gonna jump you, Clarence, and I'm gonna help them.
Bobby going to jump on me, not him.
We're gonna wait till there are more people involved. We're gonna tie up Pagoda. That's what we're gonna do with him. We're gonna tie him. We're gonna tie you up. But on the serious tip, I guess one of the things I've been studying the history of Christianity at the very beginning.
Okay.
And I've been studying about the conflict between Paul and Jesus's brother James.
Okay.
From what they're saying, that Jesus's brother, stayed more Jewish, and they were Nazarenes and Elamites,
Okay.
and that Paul kind of brought Christianity into the way it is now. So what I'm trying to say is Jesus, stayed more Jewish, and Jesus' brother James stayed more Jewish. Well, they still James still wanted people to observe a lot of the Jewish law, because the Jews have like a lot of, like, when you're a Jew, they have like a lot of laws you have to follow, certain diets, certain foods you can't eat, you have to be circumcised.
All of the religions have that.
Well, hold on.
Yes, but we have a lot of it and more, way more.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say is, from what I've been studying, is that James wanted to hold things more Jewish.
Okay.
And Paul, wanted to still kind of be, because they were kind of like what you would call Jewish Christians.
Okay.
Because Jesus was added on as a disciple, and also, what's his name? The person, I forgot who had baptized Jesus, but
John.
Yeah, because he was like a forerunner to Jesus too. He was a forerunner because he was more kind of like on that revolutionary vein as well.
I want to correct you. That is not his real name. His name is Yohanan, not John.
Okay. I got you. Okay.
Whatever you want to.
Yeah. Okay. But John the Baptist is what we know him as. What I really know. What really kind of drives me crazy is when people, really go hard on correcting names. But I appreciate you telling me that. But they all have different names. And so what I wanted to know, have you guys heard about like the Jewish Christians, and have you heard about Elamites and Nazarenes? Because they were more of a Jewish line that were followers of Jesus, and they weren't necessarily as, Christian. And also, what do you guys think about the fact that the oldest Bible that they found has 2 books in it that's not in King James? And what do you guys think about the idea that the Ethiopian Bible has different books than King James, and also the Catholic Bible has different books in it than King James as well? What do you guys think about that?
First of all, if I may say, you are talking about the Christian Bible or a Hebrew Bible?
Well, I'm talking about the Ethiopian Bible.
So you're talking about the Christian Bible.
Yeah, well,
okay.
Well, we have to I also study the history of that, and it was very hard to like keep track of everything. But there were several Bibles that had different books in it that's not in King James. Like there are Bibles. The Catholic Bible has books that are not in King James. And something that I want to say that I think people have to stop saying is, people have to stop saying that the Catholics are not Christian. Even though that I think they're criminals and I think they're corrupt, but they are Christians, because they are one of the first original sects of Christian, because there were 3 sects that first came out. There was the Coptics, which is more in Egypt, down in that area, and Ethiopia is more Coptic. Then you have Orthodox, which is Greece, Turkey, Russia, because the Roman Empire.
If I may correct you about the Orthodox came way later in the Byzantine Empire.
I'm gonna stop you guys. I'm gonna stop both of you guys right now. Our subject is Lot and his daughters and around there. So whatever your
okay, my bad. I'll say something about Lot real quick
around that, because that's what we're trying to do. We're going off a whole nother.
Okay, well, with the thing with Lot, I guess I found it, quite interesting the way that whole thing went down. But I don't see how they would have thought the whole world ended, because they had to know that the world was just bigger than Sodom and Gomorrah. So I don't.
Wait, that's the whole point what Bolo was saying, bro. How do you know? You don't know that, right? They may have thought that, but what if you living in mountains and you never see no other men? How do you
I
know
don't
that?
believe they. I don't believe that. People traveled back then. It took longer to get places back then, but back in those days, people did travel all over. So people had to know. They had to know that there was other places. So I mean,
But here's the point. Even if there's other men out there, they're not as godly as this man. This man is godly. In the girl's mind, this man is the best man we know.
Right. Yeah.
And
well, there's no. I mean, my whole thing is. I mean, I just, the story just doesn't make any sense to me. I think it's kind of silly.
what story doesn't make any sense? Which part?
The thing with Lot and his daughter doesn't make no sense to me at all. Makes no sense.
It shouldn't. We all can agree that it shouldn't have happened the way that it happened. But
we don't know that it did or didn't happen. We don't have any proof.
No. We're just going by the story. We
okay.
We can't verify anything, but we're just going by the story, right?
Yeah.
So,
no, we're going by the story. My whole thing is it just doesn't add up. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's kind of like how would you think that because one city got destroyed, you think, well, you can't even prove the whole world got destroyed. You can't.
Okay, but see, that's irrelevant to the morality that's being put out there. That's because these stories ain't here for us to choose whether this is can be verified or not. They're allegoric to help us to try to see that under certain circumstances, we need to just stick with God no matter what's going on, right? That's basically what all of this is about in the show, that everybody has challenges. People think just because you go and sign up and say, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Jew, there's no more, I don't have no more problems. A big recliner comes out of the sky and you just can sit in your recliner and nothing, you don't have to do nothing. But no, it's the opposite. Once you sign up with God's program, man, the problems really come because now you got a target on your back, right? They're coming. I know I'm in the Nation of Islam. I had my own personal FBI agent that sat in front of my house for 2 years. He followed me around wherever I went, right?
You're doing a good job then.
Clarence, I have a question. You said that you were in what you said right now, the Nation of Islam. So
correct.
They believe in some African guy with a big head that created all of non-Africans. No, Yaqub, I think.
That's the short version, but the long version is much more intricate than that. But yeah, but basically, yes,
Okay.
a person took a group of people over to the island of Patmos and was able to make all these different races under a program of oppression. And so that's what we believe. Now, does everybody believe that? No, of course not. But I'm just saying that's our understanding based on the way Elijah Muhammad broke it down to us, right? So, and it mathematically, see, what that says is, and I'm going to let Vaughn jump in. What that says is, I'm just going to break this down real quick. That says that Black people were first, right? Black people were the first people on this planet. That's why
the first Homo sapiens were African, were sub-Saharans. That's nobody denies that.
No, I'm not saying African or sub-Saharan. Before there was an Africa, there was a Black person. They were just Black people, right? And so what I'm saying is that those people were on this earth millions of years before all these other people came. That's our understanding. So before you see an airplane now, you think, wow, that's a great thing. That's the first time we had something like that. No, you go in the pyramids and find almost everything you got out here now, some version of it that was back in the past, right? But my point is this: mathematically, the black people were the first people on the earth, right? Therefore, you cannot get no one else unless you have us first, right? Because we have the dominant gene. Dark eyes are dominant, light eyes are recessive, right? You can get the dominant from the dominant, and you can get the recessive from the dominant, but you cannot get the dominant from the recessive. That means that the first people on the earth could not have been Caucasian, because we wouldn't be, none of the rest of us would be here. It would just be all Caucasian, right? But the fact that we are here, you can get, the Caucasian is in us. We're not in you. You're in us. If you got rid of every Caucasian right now, we could go, black people right now, we could go to an island and have a breeding scheme, and we could bring the Caucasian back. And everybody else, Chinese, Latino.
Clarence, that's I think about because that's I think about because of evolution. You know, about adjusting to different places in the world. But in any case, about the topic,
that ever evolved are people that was made and went there. They said, "I'm going to go to a different climate," and they went to those different climates. It's not that black people went to those climates and then evolved. A black person goes to Antarctica and then evolved into a shorter, lighter skinned person. That didn't happen. That's not mathematically.
It happened when sub-Saharans, when Africans came to Europe over the millenniums,
No.
the millennia.
The Europeans went there, not the African. You're going to call it Africa. Okay, I'll indulge you. The Africans that are born with the darker skin, with the more melanin, they are
the first Homo sapiens. Okay.
The first Homo sapiens. Okay. Well, if you want to say it technically like that, it's still the black man, right? It's still black people, right?
Yeah. First Homo sapiens were black. So
if it was you, I wouldn't be here, because you don't have the gene that can produce me. I have the gene that can produce you. You don't have the gene that can produce me, because the light skin is receptive.
Hey, Clarence, don't be making no more pagodas out here, man. One's enough trouble for us.
Thank you very much. First of all, technically the environment made different people in terms of looks.
But Pagoda, let's discuss it later, because my topic is life daughters. So let's stay with that. And then, so what I'm gonna do is switch it over to Vaughn. Let's give Vaughn about 15 minutes or 20 minutes so he can go on, and then we can get all caught up.
Nah, brother, I don't have 15 to 20 minutes.
Well, I know we've been cutting you on, so I'm
great. Oh, I thought you wanted me to talk, but I'm gonna let you go ahead, bro.
I said I know we've been cutting you off.
Oh no, it's okay.
Proper amount of time to talk.
Yeah, I don't need a lot of time, brother. No, not at all. I don't know if I was able to make myself plain earlier. If not, perhaps go back and get a recap of what I already said.
Go ahead and drop it on us, Vaughn. Don't be shy, brother. Go ahead and drop it on us.
But basically what I was saying is, there was a little difference in the conversation. And I believe Brother Bolo thought that I was speaking on terms of one thing, and I was really actually, talking about something different. So I just found it strange that, you say that I'm wrong in one sentence, but then in the next sentence you say, well, I agree with you. So now my understanding is unfruitful. Do you agree with what I said, or was what I said wrong? So anyway, I don't have too much more to go on about that. It was a great conversation, brother. Again, this situation in Genesis, in the Exodus 19, right? Is that the chapter?
Genesis 19.
Genesis 19. I'm sorry. That particular chapter there, I have issues with a few things that's going on there with Lot.
Okay.
I have issues with him offering up his daughters. Okay. I'm not going to change that. I know everybody paints it and they do a nice picture of it, and yeah, I'm thinking it on the lines of God, I wouldn't do that, but then I would have to understand, well, why did Lot do it? Okay. So if you can break it down and make that plain to me, then I'm okay with that. But that doesn't necessarily mean I agree with the action. I don't agree with the account. I wouldn't offer my daughters up to deviants, let alone a whole cast of people that are outside. That's just me talking. Not only that, but I believe that the acts that the daughters did were despicable.
I think we all agree there.
Understand that, yeah, and we all do. You just asked me to make my statement if I can, but
Oh yeah.
yeah, okay. So yeah, I think that it was, I understand. Well, it's the end of the world, and now I want to sleep with every relative I can find. I'm just saying,
Oy vey.
just because the scriptures give us an account of what happened, we need to be able to differentiate whether God is pleased with the act or whether he's not, lest we repeat the same act. So I agree that the customs were different then. I get it. I understand that. But it's still the same God. And there were laws then that said it was against God's law to sleep with close kindred. Look it up in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So did he change his mind because all of a sudden they were in a quandary and they thought that the world was going to end? Did his law change? So that's what I just have to say about that. And I get people, they have these ideas, and I get it. I love to listen to everyone. I love to listen to them because it gives me, it enlightens me, and it gives me insight as to how to understand some of these scriptures better, But I have insight as well, and so does Ene, and so does everyone else. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes I believe people get in their little thing where, I'm right and everybody else is wrong. That's an issue that I have. At least hear me out and understand where I'm coming from before you just say that I'm wrong. Because if you understood what I was saying, you would understand the comparison between God speaking to Abraham, okay, versus these women, these daughters of Lot, plotting to get him drunk to sleep with him, are two different occasions. One was led by God, and the other one was of flesh. It was led by their flesh. So I don't know. I mean, I know it's the Bible, but I guess we're supposed to paint a pretty picture of every scripture. I just don't believe so. So I rested right there.
All right.
That was powerful.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? I must say it's very sad that we all a lot of time cuts off the most friendly and sweet person of all here. Or in other words, you.
Ron, to your
I'm
point,
talking about Van, of course.
um,
No, he's the most sweet and nice person of all of the people that we have here right now. It's a shame that we cut him off. Seriously.
You don't
Thank
know
you.
him the way
I feel a
know
little
him.
bit. I feel a
Vaughn is
little bit
cold
guilty.
blooded, man. But Golda, you don't know Vaughn the way I know him.
Thanks a
He's
lot,
mean
Vaughn.
and cruel. Vaughn is mean and cruel.
No, seriously, isn't.
No, you don't know him.
He
Golda, you don't let
is
him fool
he is a
you.
sweet dude. He is a sweet dude.
No,
But don't get it twisted.
Well, I'm going to tell you, like the young people say, pause on that sweet part.
He's a,
But
well,
go ahead.
you know what I mean. I mean,
I hear
he's a good-hearted, he's a great-hearted dude. But don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
He will get at you, right? so, but he is a good-hearted dude. Okay,
He will
all
smash
of you
your-
guys are
trust me, you
good-hearted.
know Vaughn the way
All
I
you guys
know
are
him.
good-hearted. So,
Vaughn will smash your face, and if need be, Vaughn will smash your face and not think about it twice. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
hey, I'm gonna just tell you, man. But, well, let me leave it alone, man. I don't want to go into it because I don't want y'all to see Vaughn coming if he's coming for you. All right.
No,
So
I'm
anyway,
good, man. I'm good. I'm good.
So tonight what we were talking about was Lot, and we were finishing up. We were talking about Genesis 19 on Sunday. We didn't get a chance to finish.
I believe that, and they wanted to say something.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead.
thank you, Vaughn.
You know I don't be listening to her.
Now, just to like what Vaughn was saying, and I think that it just covers, like, I thank God for each of our ability to read, interpret, and have the Holy Spirit speak to us. And he made a very profound state. What you said was we read it, but we have to be able to understand what's not right. There has to be a lesson in there. And, here's the reality. Everything is God, right? The stuff that we want to get excited about that looks good, sounds good, smells good. There's also some things that are, like I said, to this point, this disgusting, and I don't want to run away from my thought about something being disgusted because I have to, forgive me, Lord, if this is not going to come out right, that I run behind not addressing it or looking at it for what it is, because I say, God did that. And I know he did, but I got to learn something from it. I don't want the lesson in that to be like, okay, yeah, now that I understand why. Okay, we get the why. Okay, now let's talk about consequences. And while we can say, we don't see a punishment, and that's correct. That's right. And depending on who's reading the scripture, if they see somebody do something and there was nothing that happened to them, they may read that and say, oh, that's okay to do. So we want to address it in its fullness. And I don't want to run away from, this is what this looks like to me, God. I don't like this. How do we teach on this? How do we share? How do we grow from this? What other actions would people have that are similar to the thought process that Lot's daughters had that we need to also learn from? It's bigger than it's bigger than just, hey, I want to make sure I got somebody as good as how my dad is. What if everybody started thinking that? My dad's no longer here, but my dad was an awesome dad. I don't even want to think about him. I didn't want him to not have a shirt on. So I want us to like stay in something and understand that God, understand that. Let's understand some other things that he's trying to teach us in that too, or show us and have us to speak about and reveal that we may either see in ourselves or we see in other people, how it relates to other things. But that was just a really profound point, Vaughn, and I'm glad that you got to flush that all the way out, because I think that that's important. So that's all I want to say.
All right. All right. Thank you for that, sis.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Of course.
I think the trick of the matter is the apple don't fall too far from the tree, because I forgot about the part where Lot did offer up his daughter. So that shows
that part.
That shows that Lot was also not a very good person either, because you wouldn't want to offer up your daughters for anything like that.
Wait, do you think he wanted to offer up his daughters?
Doesn't matter if he wanted to or not. He should not have been willing to. He should have been willing to he should have been willing to be unalived before you offer up your daughters.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
So,
Those are your daughters.
Yeah.
You are the father. You are supposed to protect them with your life. You don't offer up. I wouldn't even offer up women that I don't even know. But like this, if there's a bunch of, there's some women out there who I know personally who disgust me, who I don't like. I wouldn't have even offered up Sexy Red to that mob. I wouldn't even offer up her to that mob.
Mm-hmm. And a mob is what it was.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was just one guy. It was like they would have tore them apart. I mean, yeah, that'd have been no.
But the rationale is, well, he knew that they wouldn't take the daughters because they really wanted the men. But then deviants can switch it up.
Yeah,
that's a gamble. That's still a big gamble. And guys, if sorry that I cut you off.
It's okay, but I'm pretty sure that you had people outside who did both things. They did men and women. You see what I'm saying? That's how deviant that spirit is. Come on.
Well, in the thing about it,
but then again, I wasn't there, so.
Right,
maybe they could also would have done it from a place of show dominance or a place of humiliation, like in jail. But in any case, if you think about it, if he was such a saint, a real saint, he should tell them, "Have me instead of my guest." He should have offered himself, not his daughters or his wife or his guests. If he's such a saint.
Yeah, but what? That particular passage is a point of contention for a lot of people, and not just us tonight. You know, you have some people who say, "Oh, Lot was wrong," and then you have some people that try to explain it. You know, so that's been going on for years and decades, and you know, ever since that word was read.
Even centuries.
Well, when you think about like that situation, that nobody should be in that position, right?
Yeah,
That's like a Sophie's Choice. Are you guys familiar with the movie or the book Sophie's Choice?
Yeah,
I never heard about it. Sorry.
I'm
You
familiar,
definitely about it
but it's been a long
because
time.
it's a Jewish woman during the World War II was being pushed onto one of them trains. She had 2 children at the train stop thing. The German soldier said, "You can take one and you can leave one."
Ah, I heard about it. I know the story. She left both of them on the
Wait,
train.
let him finish, Pagoda. My bad.
Sorry, Annie. I'm a big mouth. I need to
Yeah.
shut my mouth sometimes.
The point is, he had to decide which child. And the only reason he did that was for his own amusement. The only reason why he did that was for his own amusement, right? But she got to decide which child would fare better without her in Germany as a kid. That was a decision that she was trying to make. So my point is, it's a Sophie's Choice. Which one? Which one would? So he, likewise, Lot had a similar Sophie's Choice, right? These men are gonna, these people are gonna mess with God's men, and it's gonna be a big problem. I know now. This is the point that Bola was trying to make. I know they don't want my daughters, and I know they know how much my daughters mean to me. If they see that I'm willing to give up my daughters, if they see that I'm willing to do that, even though they know I love these girls, then maybe they will back off. Maybe they would back off. But exact opposite happened. They said, F your daughters, right? We don't care about your daughters. We want them 2 dudes in there, right? So it didn't work anyway, but just the fact that it was a sacrifice he was willing to make. He wanted them to understand how serious he was about them leaving these dudes alone. He's willing to give up his daughters. Cause he know they don't want their daughters. They not gonna happen. And it wasn't like he was just like being safe. You're right. There's a chance that they may just say, you know what? We'll take her anyway. We'll take him anyway. Or we'll hold them hostage until you bring the other ones out. But that's where faith comes in. That's where your faith comes in. See, some of us say, I believe in God. I believe in God, man. I mean, I believe in God. I'm a roller, man. I believe in God. We all believe in God until our faith gets tested. And you got to go out there and stand.
It's interesting. That's interesting.
When you got to go out there and stand up to the devil, that's real. See, we all say, oh, we love God, until the government comes knocking on your door.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Diamond, do you have a Bible in your house? You under arrest. Come with us. Right? Oh, that's coming.
With you, I do.
Simon, y'all, come on. Let's let people finish their thoughts. I'm sorry. He was still in his thought. Okay.
Thank you, Sister Annie. But my point being is, well, we have to now. Our faith wouldn't have to be tested like that today because we have a police and we have the sheriffs and we have a law enforcement community that if anything goes wrong, you can pick up the phone. You don't even have to dial the whole number. You dial 911, they'll come to you, right? Wasn't like that back then. You got to either stand on your faith or you're dead, or both, right? You can stand on your faith and be dead. Hey, Moses, what? You made a wrong turn, buddy. I told you to go this way. You hung around here. Well, God, I got all these excuses. Number one, the old people was giving me problems. And number two, everybody wanted to have a divorce. And number three, God said, okay, all right, come with me. Come over here with me for a minute. You see this land over here? That beautiful piece of property down there? That's the promised land. That's what I promised you. You ain't never gonna see that land. Huh? You ain't gonna never see that land. Why? Because I told you what to do. You disobeyed me. But the people, I wasn't talking to them. I was talking to you. You didn't relay what I said to them, so they're not responsible. You're responsible, right? So sometimes our faith is going to be tested, right? Moses' faith was tested, man. These people was in his ear day and night. Moses, I don't like my wife. I want to get a divorce. Moses, look at all these tenderonis like Sister Annie running around here. I don't want to. I'm stuck. I don't want to go. I don't want to be stuck, right? And they just kept getting in his ear, getting in his ear. Finally, he just said, I'm tired. Okay, you don't want to walk no more? Let's stay right here, right? And then, hey, you just get walked around until the old people, the people that was causing all the problems are dead. Now we can move forward, right? But my point is, there's going to come a time where the devil is going to come to you and say, do you know this man? They're going to hold up a picture, whatever incarnation they have of Jesus. Are you familiar with this man and his work? What are we going to say? And they got the SWAT team outside. What are we going to say? Never heard of him. What are we going to say? Oh, Clarence, we got a warrant to search your house. What are you looking for? A Bible or Quran or some writings of God? If we catch you with any of these writings, you're going to jail. That's coming. See, we talk about how we're not looking at it like how it would be it would be to experience that in our culture. We're looking at their culture saying, man, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. But we're charging them by today's standards, right? We're charging by today's standards. We have to charge. Well, if you're going to go, Sister Annie, let me let you get your last words in, because we need to really wrap this thing up anyway. Okay.
Always love doing Bible study with you because you make it so much fun.
Oh, man.
This, in reading the scripture is not always, for me, it's not always easy to take away like my feelings, but I do try to like acknowledge that I have them, and then also try to figure out what I'm supposed to learn from it. So I feel like I have a healthy balance of that. And it is good to know like the why of why people do things, whether it's good or whether it's not good, but to understand why they did it. It doesn't mean that the consequence will be greater or less, because even in our penal system, just because you do something for a certain reason, if you can't prove, certain things, you're going to still have the consequence of someone else. So I would just say that, one, don't do that, what they did, because that is not okay. But definitely ask God to allow you to gain wisdom in what he's trying to show you. Because what he could be trying to show me may be something differently when he's trying to show you in a teaching. So I pray that each verse, each scripture, each chapter is full and gives you the glory and how you're supposed to move in life with how God would have you to move. We are all purpose for different things, and we just need to really understand what that is, and have grace for people, but also don't walk on eggshells when something has to be corrected or recognized or mentioned. So I thank you for doing this. It's just, like I said, I just love doing Bible study over here because I feel like we actually get to like talk about it. And thank you, Vaughn, for one, just your patience in your delivery and standing on what it is that you're trying to convey.
I know
That your patience is just, it's amazing to me. But I thank you for flushing that out, because that was something that was really good. And I definitely are probably gonna go back and listen to it from the beginning, because I didn't hear the whole teaching before I came up. But thank you again, Brother Clarence. Good seeing you, Diamond. And congratulations again, Pagoda.
Thank you very much. I have one thing to say to you. I have something to talk to you about in terms of Bible stuff that you asked me, I think 2 months ago or more. I will talk to you in Bolo's show when we will have a chance.
Okay.
But in any case, have a wonderful day.
All righty. Yeah, I just gotta get up for work early. Okay, y'all.
Yeah.
All right, love y'all.
Ciao.
Peace, sister.
Bye-bye.
It's 12:30.
Hey, let
Bye.
me make a comment real quick.
Yes, sir.
I needed to go to sleep, so I'm sorry. I just want to say something small before I want. Sorry.
No, Diamond. I'm gonna let him cut you because he got to go. He got to get off the line. So let him go.
Sorry, Diamond. I just want to sleep and all stuff. All of this, it's early in the morning.
You're not as sorry as you're gonna be, Pagoda.
So sorry.
Pagoda.
Okay. Just Clarence, about what I wrote to you. You know, when you talk about my history, it's a little bit offending that you talk like it's not Jewish history, the Bible. Okay, imagine that you would say to a Greek guy that it's not that the Greek mythology is not his stories because he's not Mycenaean Greek.
It is not. Hey, let me say it this way. It is not my intention to offend, only to speak the truth. And so if we
will speak about it.
Then listen to me, Pagoda. We will speak about it. But if I don't know it to be true, then I can't give it. I can't co-sign on it. So I have to just say that'll be determined later. We'll find out later. Or if you have some evidence to prove it, then I'm willing to submit. If you have some real evidence to support it, but if not, it's just your opinion against mine.
Okay, I sent you videos, but we'll talk about it later on the email.
I mean, the videos don't really cover it. The ones you sent me so far. So
we'll talk about it in the email, or maybe in the how you call it, in the Discord.
Have a live
in any case,
talk about it.
Yeah, we will talk about. We can talk in the mail on Discord. Okay. In any case, see ya. Sorry.
Congratulations to you, man.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry, Diamond. Good night.
Good night.
All right, man. That's what go to. All right, Diamond. You want to jump in here?
I would say with me, I wouldn't, knowing what I know and seeing what I've seen, I would never depend on faith for anything. I would definitely not let my daughters go out there for sure. Would not do it. I don't believe in.
You said your daughters wouldn't do it?
No, my daughter. I would not allow my daughters to go out. I would never trust anybody or anything or any. I wouldn't try. I would trust nothing for any reasons for that to happen. That would never happen. And because I don't share the same beliefs when it comes to God that other people share.
Well, here's the thing, brother. When are you alive? You're only alive. You're only alive when you're connecting with people and trying to make things happen. If you're not connecting with people, and I'm just saying, I'm not saying you have to have faith. I'm not saying that. I'm just bringing you real truism.
Yeah, I get you, but I'm just saying I wouldn't in that scenario. My daughters would not, be going outside.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What type of a man would you want your daughters to be with?
Someone like me.
Right. Meaning what?
Well, someone who
because we don't really know you like that. So what do you mean?
Well, a man like me, someone who's going to be honest about his intentions, someone who's going to be truthful, who's going to try to do right by them and try to make them, happy and try to build a good relationship with them.
Okay, let me. This is another truism. Most people are liars. Most people are liars.
You ain't BSing on that. Most people are liars.
Most people are liars. But it's if you don't have a man of any type of substance who has some type of virtue, how is she gonna find this man in this cesspool of people we got in this wicked society? How's she gonna find this man?
That's a good question. You know what? That's a good thing.
I got a granddaughter in the same situation.
Hold on. Let me explain to you.
Okay.
If I ever, have children, I hope, that I'll be able to find people that are like-minded to be able to build a community, to separate myself from the cesspool and have people that, that she can choose from. And so here's the thing. This is a
how would you know?
Hold on. Let me this is kind of a long-winded thing. Let me explain this before we get too far off into this. Okay. Now, if you're going to ask me, Mr. Clarence, what I would do, right? And I always say this, I would want to build a community and separate myself from the cesspool.
We got you.
And then also we're going to have to give our children classes on what type of man to choose. Like we really need to have marriage classes on what to look for. And let me give you some of what I would teach. What I would teach is when you're looking for a good man, you want to go by a step-by-step process, right? So the first thing is going to be physical and sexual attraction. Are you physically attracted to this person? And are you sexually attracted to this person? Because you're going to be with this person for a long time. Once we get past that, we go to step 2. Step 2 is, can you have a conversation with this person? Okay, just about normal surface level stuff. So that's step 2. Step 3 is, how do you look on paper? What type of job does this person have? Where are they going to live at? What kind of things they're going to do? Step 3 is a long thing. That's when the family gets involved. The family looks at it. We'll be looking at how they look on paper. Then step 4 is, can you have a deep conversation with this person? Can we talk about our deepest, darkest secrets? Step number 5 is character. What type of character do they have? And if you can go through that,
the only thing that matters. That is
hold on. If a woman weighs 500 pounds and she got good character, I don't want her. You know what I mean? Look, my wife got some nice legs.
What I'm saying is,
that's part of the reason why I like her. She got nice legs.
Woman may have character, and maybe you don't want her because you're physically not attracted to her. I'm not saying that you got to be with people that you're physically not attracted to. So please, let's agree that that's obvious. What I'm saying is, beyond that, all these other things, because everybody can look good on paper, everybody could have a conversation with you deeper, but people lie. That's the problem that we have in our relationships.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm saying is first of all, you have a council of elders that are involved in this, and they should be able to tell who's full of it and who's not. So we're talking about a situation where you're building a whole community, and before, in reality, she brings a person up that she likes, then the family will be like, okay, you like this dude? This dude's cool. This dude's not.
Well, you're talking in utopia. I'm talking about in the real world we're living in right now. How would you do that? See, because I'm not saying you have to have faith. You don't have to have faith. You can do what you want to do. But my point is, a faithful man will be faithful to your daughter as well.
Right. Something else I'll say.
Well. But if he's not, but like you said, you don't have no faith. So, should we say that the men she should be with should not have no faith? Therefore, when times get tough, they could just roll out.
No, well, the thing about it is, to be honest with you, this is something that's interesting. I want to make this clear to you too. Hold on, I'll make this clear to you too. Since you are in the NOI, you have a community of people to choose from. So you're in a much better position than a lot of people are in. Yeah, but hold on. So what I'm saying is if your daughter and granddaughter was NOI, then they got people from all over the country to choose from. I'm sure there are plenty of nice young men who are part of the NOI who So plus they know
But listen, that doesn't mean just because they got a bow tie on that they're all good. They
No, you're
struggle-
right. You're right. You're right. But
they
I'm just saying you have a
struggling to
better
get
shot.
out of something. That's why they came to the nation, because they're struggling to get out of something.
Right,
else.
right. But I'm just using that as an example that you probably have a better shot with some of these made men than what you would have with someone on the
I
street.
agree, but they're a man of faith. See, you're talking about not having faith, and
Well, hold on. Wait a minute.
Out there to be with a man with no faith.
Hold on.
That would
No.
probably not be that good.
No, that's why. What I'm saying to you is, you can be a man who believes in God and still be no good, and you can be a man who doesn't believe in God and be a good person. So it doesn't matter. So what I'm saying is that it doesn't make a difference what you believe in. It depends on how your character is, because there are plenty of people who
That's
really.
what I just said to you. What is ultimately the most important.
Yeah, so I said that though, but I did say that I did say the character. I said character was number 5 on the list.
I know, and I'm saying it's number 1.
No.
Outside of the physical attraction.
No. Hold on. I'm not saying that is number 5 as an importance. I'm saying that.
Hold on, Diamond. Let me let Vaughn go, because I think Vaughn's got to take off. So I'm gonna let Vaughn get some last words in, and then me and you could discuss this for a few minutes.
Okay.
Brother Vaughn.
Hey. Yeah. I was supposed to go over there with Brother Bolo.
What's going on?
Yeah, well, brother, I'm on your show, so I'm trying to end it up with you and then go. But I see that you're quite a bit long-winded, so. But no, nevertheless, man, great show tonight, man.
Hey, thank you.
A lot of interesting points were brought out, and that's what the point is. We don't always have to be an echo chamber.
Yeah.
We don't always have to see things the same way.
Yeah.
It's just like 3 blind people that touched an elephant. One would say that he's wrinkled, and another one would touch the tail and say, "Oh, well, he's hairy." You see what I'm saying? It's all about how we see things, But then we can still bring enlightenment to the conversation. So, appreciate you, Brother Clarence, and Brother Diamond, man. Always glad to see you. And you brothers have a good evening, and I will talk to you directly.
All right, Vaughn. Nice to meet you.
All right.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. All right, that's Vaughn Bryant, man. Go check him out. He might be over there on the Village right now. So go check Vaughn out over there on the Village. And Bolo's over there already. So go check them out.
So what I was saying to you, Brother Clarence, is I was saying to you that each thing that I mentioned was a step up to character. But character, to me, is the most important thing. So I just want to be clear about that.
Well, and the reason why, let me say why I'm saying that, Diamond. Because the reason why I'm saying that is because ultimately, that is what's going to make or break a relationship. Not the physical attraction, not the sex. All of those things are going to break down at some point. The character of the person that you got involved with, that is what is going to ultimately make or break your marriage. Or
that's
any
true.
Relationship.
But I believe that also the other things are important too. I don't believe those things should be ignored. Like, you need to be able to, for instance, like if you want to be, if you want to be in the NOI, right? Let's say you want to be Fruit of Islam, but you're going to be traveling around training Fruit of Islam all over the country, right?
All right.
The woman that you're married to may not want to travel like that, so you would want to know that in advance. So that's what that goes on number 3. So I'm just saying that, I think it's important to talk about those other things, because let's say you work a job, you're working 12 hours a day, but your woman don't want you to work that many hours. I think we need to discuss that too. So I don't think it's just about character alone. I believe some relationship you can have good character, but if you're not aligned, there's also something else, right? Where there's a thing where you're like there's like explorers, there's builders, there's negotiators, there are I forgot what the other one is, but it's like 4 different kind of personality types. I think we need to know that too. And I think part of the problem is that some relationship we're jumping into relationships without knowing what everybody's goals and plans are. Like, we need to know, like, what
character.
Well, I think that you could say that's character, but I would put that on number 3, because number 3 is what you want to do with your life, how you want to be on, how you are on paper. But that's just my opinion of it. I'm just looking at it from a different perspective. But we're saying the same thing, but we're just saying it from a different perspective. You know what I mean?
Okay, I hear you. But what I'm saying is that this all started because you said, I don't have no faith in nothing or nobody, right? And
I
so
really
I'm,
don't in those cases.
and I'm saying you can do that. That's your right to do that. But what I'm saying is people of faith are usually trying to have a moral standard so that bad things don't happen. And if we just don't, if we're just faithless, then we'll never see. Like, for example, you looking at me now, right? I'm alive. I'm moving. 4 or 5 years ago, man, I was living out of a hospital bed. But my faith in God and me kept persistently asking him to help me get out of that hospital bed. I came into the knowledge, and then I had to do some work. I had to be consistently taking supplements that help me build my strength up, right? What I'm still currently doing. But the point is, if I had no faith, I met people in the faith. I met a man in the Nation of Islam. Shout out to Brother 12X, Brother Will 12X. I met a brother in the Nation of Islam. We used to teach jiu-jitsu classes together. He's a sensei, I'm a sensei, right? We used to teach together. That's how we kind of met. But I didn't know he had such a vast knowledge of herbal supplements. And so I was telling him my affliction. He called me out the blue one day. He called me. And he said, brother, I got something that my wife is taking, and it's helping her with her medical condition. Maybe it'll help you too. He put me onto that. I've been advancing ever since, right? That was like 2-3 years ago. I've been advancing ever since. But now I met him through the faith. But that's me. I'm not saying you have to. I'm saying what kind of man would you want your daughter to be with? Would you want your daughter to be with a man that's faithless that just say, oh, I don't like how you look. You done gained 50 pounds since these babies. I'm out of here. Because they don't have
not like that, but in the same sense, like if you should be working out, 2-3 times a week. So you shouldn't gain like that much weight. You should gain some, but
that's utopian. This is the real world.
No, I mean if you get sick or something, you can't work. But I'm saying if you're like 23 and you gain that weight, you better get to the gym and get that weight up off you.
You should, but some people we have what we call depression in this society, man. Some people go into depression. They are so faithless that they don't see no way out because they really don't believe in God. They'll say, I believe in God, right? Like we were talking about with Lot. Lot believed in God, and he knew that he trusted God. And he trusted God in this situation, even when he was willing to put his daughters out there. But that was a demonstration for those guys who recognized Lot wasn't playing the game. Lot wasn't no sodomite. He was living there, but he was living there to try to teach. He wasn't living there to try to participate in that situation. So they knew who Lot was.
Right.
They knew he loved his daughters.
Right.
He was telling them, I'm willing to make this great sacrifice if y'all just leave these men alone. The men had to pull him back in the house, right? They was going to rip him apart.
Yeah, they would have ripped him apart. It would have been real bad for him.
So,
I just, my whole thing is I just don't, I mean, with this stuff, I believe that that you can work with people whether they, believe in God or not. Because one thing that's going to happen in the Black community that people don't see coming is atheism is definitely going to be on the rise really soon.
No, it's not going to be atheism. People say that, get that wrong. In my opinion, this is my opinion, Diamond. You might be right, but in my opinion, it's not going to be atheism. What's going to rise in the community is demonism. And it's already
that's already on the rise. If you ain't noticed, it's already on.
They call it atheism because they're saying people don't believe in God. But what they're doing is believing in witchcraft. They're going out and following witchcraft. What you mean, Clarence? Witchcraft. They're going out there and they following a standard of behavior that is opposite of what the God of the universe will have us be. They go out there, put spells on people, right? These women, they go out here and they put spells on people, right? How they put a spell?
Talking about voodoo?
Let me well, what they would call voodoo, but what it really is witchcraft. They put clothes on that redirect your attention from the character of the person to the physical attributes of the body. And now once you are fixated on that physical attributes of the body, you're no longer worried about the character, because that's you have gotten so fixated on
thinking with the wrong head.
They show whatever they try to show you.
Right, you're thinking with the wrong head. Yeah,
I'm sure you wouldn't want your daughter out there doing that, right?
Yeah, definitely not. But the thing about it is, you can be.
That's the way this wicked world works. They take our women in particular, because they know they have low self-esteem, and they push them into the beauty aisle, what they call the beauty aisle, and make them buy fake this, fake that, fake this, fake that, hair extensions, everything to refocus. If you were such a beautiful person, a lot of these women say, I'm beautiful, but if you were such a beautiful person, you wouldn't have to do all that stuff, right?
I agree with you on that level, but when I mean atheism, I mean people that are good people who just don't believe in God, because here's a problem. There's a lot of wicked people in the church. So that's part of the problem. The part of the problem in the Black community is there are so many wicked people that now I can't say that for the mosque, because I've seen a lot of Muslims refer. Now, one thing I will,
some in there too.
Oh, yes, it is. But now, one thing I will say is I've seen some wicked Muslims in Philly. I've seen some really, but they were Sunnis. They weren't NOI. And I can say that I haven't seen
some everywhere, brother.
I know there is.
The devil,
but the point that I'm getting at is
everybody.
But in the Black church specifically, if you ask me, I think the Black church in some ways is worse than the streets, because the street, you know what to expect. I mean, you expect someone to stab you in the back, but in the church you don't. And the thing about it is hold on real quick. So many people. I'm not gonna say so many, but people that I know were violated when they were children by church people. So my whole thing is I can't get down with that sort of thing, and I just can't be down with a God that would allow people to be violated in the church. So that's why I'm skeptical of the whole God thing for those.
You know what that's like?
For those reasons.
You know what that's like? That's like the bank that you go to. One of the branches gets robbed, and you pull all your money out of the banks and say, I ain't gonna use no bank no more because this bank got robbed.
Well, a bank's not supposed to be a bank's not a bank's not the same as God, and plus they have insurance. But the point being is
nothing is the same as God. So,
I know, but the bank ain't close to what God's supposed to be. So I just don't see But the point being is it doesn't really matter. What matters is people have to have religious tolerance. So people are going to have to be tolerant of those who have different faith, because.
But if you can have religious tolerance, you can even have tolerance for the atheist, a real atheist.
Right.
But that's not what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with real atheists. We're dealing with demons that are pretending to be atheists or using the name of atheism for their own purposes. Remember the lady that even started that organization of atheists, big fat white lady. Her and her son got killed by some other atheists. Because there's an old saying, there is no honor among thieves. Ain't no honor among thieves. Not to say that the church is the best thing in the world, but it's a start.
I don't believe that.
Listen, every man is responsible for his own back, his own bag. You have to carry your own bag. See, a lot of people think is that they go to church and they let the preacher talk to them. They let the preacher read the Bible for them. They don't read it. They don't learn. They don't try to dig into this word and try to figure out how they can open it up and use it for real, right? They just sit there and let the pastor tell them what to do. Meanwhile, the pastor's in the strip club or whatever, right?
Right. And the thing about it is,
you
like,
don't
why?
know, you can't catch them when they start telling lies up there on that pulpit. You can't catch them because you ain't reading.
Well,
So you got to go seek out what you want. You can't put it on the preacher and say, preacher, teach me, and I'm just alone gonna learn. No. That's what in the Quran, there's a group of people that they knew their enemies were coming. They knew their enemies were coming, right? And so instead of getting up to defend their city, they said, Allah is going to protect our city. The man said, hey, they're about 10 miles out. You better get your weapons or whatever you got going. They're coming. The people who laid on their prayer rugs and said, Allah will defend us. No. Allah gonna do his part. Allah gonna do his part, but you got to do your part. God is gonna do his part. You got to do your part.
Yeah, I understand from that perspective. Yeah, but I'm just.
So here's what I'm saying. Here's the short version of what I'm saying, Diamond. You can't blame God for what men are doing in His name. That's like you have what do you call that? You got identity theft. You have identity theft, right? Somebody go and spend $40,000 in your name. They come knocking on your door, the police, Diamond, we got to take you to jail. Why? Because you didn't pay this $40,000 worth of charges you got. What $40,000 worth of charges?
I'm not all knowing and all seeing, though. God's supposed to know what's going to happen in advance. So if I knew it was going to happen in advance, I'd do something about it. Now, here's what I'll say, Clarence.
That's like no. That's because, listen, that's another misnomer, right? God is all knowing and all seeing, so He should know what's happening. Yeah, He is all knowing and all seeing. But God is like, what's the word? You ever been in the bathroom and you put your hand under that thing and the paper comes out to dry your hand? That's how God works like that. God just don't jump in, especially something that He didn't do. He didn't do this. He didn't do this. He didn't create this situation.
I get it, but I mean,
okay,
I feel
so
children should be protected.
He wants you to step to Him.
I got you, but children should be safe in the house of the Lord if that's really the house of the Lord.
They should be. They should be.
But they're not, so it's a problem.
Guess what? The people are sitting there putting too much power in the person in the pulpit. By the time they find out that the person in the pulpit is doing all kind of stuff, he done it already. He done ran the program already.
That's
See,
what I'm saying.
I don't want people to say, I'm not going to believe in God because Eddie Long. I'm not going to believe in God because no, tell the truth. You're not going to believe in God because you're too lazy to do the reading for yourself. You're too lazy to go out and find like-minded people. You're too lazy to do it, right? You got some type of issue where you're not going to go do it. And you justifying not doing it by saying, well, this person did wrong and they was in the mosque. This person did wrong and they was in the church. Therefore, I'm right. I shouldn't have to go and do this work because it's going to fail anyway.
Well, I mean, you can be a good person and you can be a great person. And
I'm a good person. I almost died 4 times.
No. I'm not what I'm saying, brother. I was just saying that you can be a good person and not believe in God. You don't have to believe in God to be a good person.
I'm not saying you can't be a good person and not believe in God. Okay. What I'm saying is that if you believe in God, if you pursue that information, at least you have it to not believe in God. You don't even have the information, not you personally, but I'm saying most of these people that don't believe in God, they don't even have enough information to not believe in God. Well, they're not believing in God, not because they're educated on God and they decided I'm not going to follow this. Most of them are not believing in God because they too damn lazy to go and get the information and search it out and prove that God is not who He said He is. We can let you prove it.
I get what you're saying, but I guess what what I was thinking about is far as the church. I know the black church is getting ready to crumble. It's going to crumble. It's going to
The
crumble.
black church is dead. The black church it's not even on its deathbed anymore. They wheeling it out of surgery, wheeling it to the morgue. It's on its way to the morgue. The black church is done.
And the thing about that's so sad is if those preachers would have just halfway act like they had some sense of the black church would still, be there. And what's interesting is
that's easy to say. A lot of people say that, man. Hey, this person shouldn't do that because they should just be a guy. That's easy to say. You ever been a preacher of a mega church? You ever been a preacher of a little tiny church? You ever had women running at you saying, "Can I come in your office? My husband is beating me up every day."
But here's the thing. But here's the thing, Clarence. Here's what I'm going to say, right?
Okay.
Like they always say, many are called, but few are chosen.
Yes.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. You have to understand when you step into this game as a preacher, you have to be on a higher level. So you're expected to be. So it's like this. If you're the mafia boss, you're not supposed to snitch. If you get a life sentence, you take the life sentence and you go away. That's what it is, because that's what you signed up for. So when you're a preacher, you signed up to do certain things and to live your life a certain way, then damn it, you ought to live how you're supposed to live.
Yeah, but how can you wait, listen. This is what my problem is. How can you, who don't even have no code of how you're supposed to live, judge this man? This man got a code he's supposed to go by, and he's having a tough time adhering to that code. You ain't even got a code. You got to.
Now, me personally, I do have a code that I do believe in living by.
Real okay. If you don't believe in God, then who is going to hold you accountable? How are you held accountable?
God's not gonna really, do anything. Other people would hold you accountable. I'm not depending on God to hold anybody accountable. Other people hold you accountable.
No, sometimes they don't. That's how these preachers get out of control, because nobody holds you accountable.
So, but the point that I'm getting at is
what happens is they get caught doing something that they ain't supposed to do.
Right. But what I'm saying, Brother Clarence, is there you can be very code oriented. You can be very code oriented and not be religious. You can be.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying, what's the likelihood of you see when you have a religious code? Sometimes, most of the time, you feel bad for doing something that it's explicitly explained you shouldn't do, right? How are you gonna feel bad when you don't have no? Who's gonna tell you did something wrong? If you're an atheist, there is no wrong, right?
No, that's not true. That's not
only thing that's wrong. Only thing that matters is prudence.
No. That's not true. People that are true atheists don't believe in mistreating and disrespecting you. They're very respectful. The ones that I've met, they're very kind. So they're actually kinder. To be honest with you, they're actually kinder than the Christians are. The atheist side that I've met, they're very kind.
Well, they don't have the stress of trying to live by nobody's code. So
they have a code. They have a code.
I know, but they don't. Listen to me. What I'm saying, they don't have the internal struggle that a person that has a religious background would have. Right? They don't have the internal struggle. They just don't. If they don't do something, they just don't do it. It's not like it's not like they're going to be beating themselves up inside saying, "Oh man, I missed that turn. I should have did this. I should have did that." They just don't do it. That's the whole point of being an atheist.
Not necessarily the point of being an atheist. No, brother.
That's the whole point.
No. The point of being an atheist is they just don't believe in God. The point of being an atheist,
God represents a standard, a line that you have to toe, and if you don't toe that line, then you're going to have issues. And so, if you don't believe in God, then you don't have to toe that line. It's obvious right there, right? You don't have no responsibility.
That's not true, man. That's not how.
How do you have responsibility? How do you have responsibility if you don't have anybody you need to report to? You don't have nothing that you can go over and read and say, this is what I need to do. This makes me a good person. This makes this good. How do you have anything? You can decide if you're a good person. Hey, I ARPed this lady, but I wanted to, so I'm good because I'm good at ARPing.
That's not what atheists believe, actually.
I'm not saying atheists believe that. I'm just saying you can make your own code. You can make your own law.
All law is made up, Clarence.
No, because some of us as believers, we got things that we read in these books.
All right, keep word, my brother is believe. You know, there's no proof there. Now, here's something that's interesting, right? The Bible Pursuer, right? Let's go to the Bible.
Okay.
It's not the same thing of the book. The book that we have now is not the same as what they had back then. And when Jesus passed away, there was no Bible when Jesus passed away. There was no Bible when Jesus passed away. He did not go to the 12 disciples and say, this is what I want you to, this is how I want you to move. He did not do that. So the point that I'm getting at is we have no idea.
Wait. That was a very open statement. What do you mean he told them he didn't tell them this is how I want you to move? Of course he told them things.
He didn't hand them any literature.
Paper instructions?
Yes, and also to top it off, what's so crazy about it is there are three different churches that existed at the beginning of Christianity that don't agree eye to eye. There's a Coptic church in Egypt, down in Ethiopia. There's Rome, and then there's the Orthodox church, and that's like the Greeks, Russians, Turkey. They all have different beliefs, and our Bibles have different books. You can't.
People like, but see, listen, what you're doing. You focus it like, you have a car? You have a car, right? Okay. Yeah. Runs pretty good, right?
No, my car sucks. But okay.
Okay, so you like me, you got a hoopty, right? Okay. My wife got the good car. Of course, I got the hoopty, right? Okay. But the point is, it runs good enough to get us where we're trying to go, right? But you are focusing on the cars that they made that didn't work. I'm saying we got a car that worked. Why are you focusing on who made the door and who cares who made the door?
No, because there's different interpretations. I'm saying that there's different interpretations of Christianity.
Yes, but there are different interpretations of Christianity, but there are principles that are universal. There are principles that are universal. Kindness, they're just mercy. They're just principles that are universal. Helping the poor, helping the widow. There's just universal principles. We don't even have to speak the same language, but we see somebody in need, and so they need our help. We can help them. We should help them. See, person like me and Bola, we got that assignment. We can't get out of it. He tried to get out of it. I tried to get out of it. We cannot get out of it. We stuck there. We stuck. We know our people need our help. We can't help it. We might help them too much sometimes, right?
Well, I mean, I think some people are going to definitely be cut off. That's a whole different conversation.
I'm not saying anybody, atheist is a bad person. What I'm saying is that if we go to a situation where people are just atheists and they can just do what they want to do, right? Because that's the whole point of being an atheist, is that you're not held to no one else's standard. You hold to your own standard, whatever you decide that may be, right? All atheists don't have a communal set of standard of behaviors that you must have to follow these laws to be an atheist. No, it's one atheist could be this way, one atheist could be that way, whatever, right? So my point is this, brother. If we keep going toward atheism, what kind of society will we be? We did that. That has been done before. That has been done before in the Caucasus Mountains of Europe. That has been done before, where they were eating each other's children and all that. That's been done before.
But the thing about it is, but we have to be clear. I mean, there are people who are super religious who are still. I mean, here's my problem. if religion held up, then what's going on in Israel right now would not be going on. They're very religious. They're both. There's
No,
Jews.
they're
There's
not.
Muslims.
No, they're not.
They would tell you
if they
differently.
Listen, if they were religious, like you said, it wouldn't be going on like that. See, just because I say I'm Jewish, that don't mean I'm Jewish, or that don't mean I'm following the supposed laws of the Jews, right? I'm not. But because I can say what I want to say, right? I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Jew, whatever. You can say what you want. You know what's to tell? Your actions, right? Your actions. Just like in Revelations, it said we're gonna have the mark of the beast. You had the mark of the beast in their forehead and in their hands, right? What do it mean in your forehead and your hand? That means you think like a wicked person. You think like a beast, right? Those beasts in the Revelation were particularly wicked. But a beast, how does a beast think? They think only in prudence. Hey, I'm bigger than you. I'm faster than you. I'm hungry. You dinner. That's it. It ain't no right and wrong, right? Let me give you another example of that. The human female is the only female that has to compete for males. No other female has to compete for males. Lions don't say, "Oh, you know what? This lioness looks better than that lioness. I'm gonna be with this one. I'm gonna make this lioness my side chick." No.
I don't think females are competing for men, really. I don't believe that.
Brother, they got a whole aisle in the supermarket or in the superstore that called the beauty aisle, where they can get all the necessary weaponry to go out there and compete for men. Fake hair, fake nails, fake jewelry, fake eyelashes, fake everything. Fake powder to put on their faces, fake powder to put on their noses. You get the girl home and you wash her face, it's a whole different person.
Right. Well,
Right.
I think to be honest with you, I think men are competing for women as well. So I don't think it's
No. See, that's what I'm telling you. That this is why the character is so important. See, you don't know what you're supposed to do, so you out here competing for women. That is a European thinking. You have always been in a situation where betrothal was the issue. You were married by betrothal. You were with somebody by betrothal, right?
No, hold on, Clarence. In Africa, right?
Yes.
The men competed for the women in Africa. So
they did not. Not traditionally, no.
That's not true. No. Hold on. Let me explain. When you look at the Tuareg tribe, right? Those men dance and they compete for the women. They really do.
I understand that, but they are not an original people. They are a what do you call that? A branch of the lost tribes, the people that they decided to walk away from the knowledge of God and do their own thing. That's how most of those people in Africa got like how they got, because especially in the lower parts, because they decided to walk away from the knowledge of God. They had the knowledge of God. They walked away.
Wait a minute. They have religions that predate Islam and Christianity in Africa.
No, nothing. That's like saying nothing predates Islam. Nothing predates Islam. Islam is the oldest thing out there, if you want to say by a structured thing. These other religions came in because other people were following other ways, and we had to have a way to break this thing down to them.
Wait a minute. So wait. So you're saying that I thought Muhammad started Islam. We're talking the 5th?
No. Prophet Muhammad didn't start Islam. You think Islam started with Prophet Muhammad? Islam didn't start with Prophet Muhammad.
Well, officially it started.
Prophet Muhammad came to teach people that was what's the word I want to use? They were so out of pocket that they needed to, like in Christianity, you don't have to pray 5 times a day. It's not as strict, because traditionally you ain't dealing with people that's that out of pocket. When Islam comes in, by the time Islam comes, these people are just gone. They way out of pocket. Now you need to have something with even more discipline in it, because these people, like in the Bible, Jesus is saying, when you pray this way. When you do it, do this way. When you do it.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. You're saying that Islam existed. How did it exist before Muhammad? I'm just trying to understand this. I don't.
Because Prophet Muhammad just revealed it. Prophet Muhammad just revealed it. It was already. Islam is, the word just means peace, right? It's the way it's just the way the moon star, the moon, and it just means peace. Now we talking about written down religions, right? That's what we're talking about,
right?
If you look at Islam, Christianity, they're all related.
Of course, I know they borrowed off each other. Yeah, I get it.
So what I'm saying is that all of them have chipped off. This is just my opinion. You go talk to Bolo Bolo, say, Clarence, you crazy, right? But in my opinion, that has what happened. Now you in trouble. I'm gonna tell you right now, you in trouble. You in trouble. Excuse me.
I said, let me come look at this clock. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna come off again, and let me tell you something, Diamond. All this extra talking. He is up here in his 4 hours.
Oh.
He has a curfew, so I'm letting both of y'all know it. I'm letting both of y'all know it.
I'm married. I got a curfew too, probably.
So I'm gonna start fussing at you too. But I'm gonna tell you, I just came up here because I said, let me see this clock. Okay, now I'm coming off, Brother Clarence, but I gotta get ready to go to bed to go to work. Do not be up here that much longer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty.
Sure.
All right. Love y'all.
Love you, sis.
All right, sister.
See, man, you got me in trouble.
I ain't get you in no trouble, man. But what I was going to say is,
hey, Diamond. Remember when your mama used to come out there and say, "Boy, didn't I tell you to be here 20 years ago?"
Yeah. I remember that.
That's how I feel, man. Like, huh?
What I was going to say is, so what do you take? What do you make out of? What do you make out of Europe and voodoo? Because they're West African religion before the Europeans came to West Africa.
I say anything that doesn't preserve or promote the name of God and push people into righteousness, I can't call it, because I don't know what it is. I don't have a understanding. I know that the word of God is, probably what most of us need in its truest form. Now, this is the part I need to explain. Islam is not for everybody. I mean, the way it's practiced, in what they call not original Islam, but I want to say something, traditional Islam. That's not for everybody. That's why God made so many different paths. There's Christianity, there's this, that. Islam is not the only path to God. So that's why you never hear me up here preaching, hey, y'all need to be all Muslims, right? I got Bolo here. He's a quote unquote Christian, but he really not. He just, if you ask him, he'll say, I'm not a Christian. I just follow this word. I just listen to this word and I follow the word.
I'm just wondering because now one thing that I believe is going to happen is you're going to have some Black people go back to Europe and go to voodoo, and you're gonna have some new religions that are created, and you're also going to have some people that are you're going to have some people that are going to become, atheists, and people don't understand it. And I don't mean the kind of atheists you're talking about. I'm talking about there's going to be some atheists that are just good people that just work a job. They just don't believe in God.
How can they be good? How can they be good if they don't have no line that they have to push? How can they be good? See, you have to be good. And like Minister Farrakhan said, you can't be good to yourself. You can't be good to yourself. You can only be good to other people. So how can they be good? And I'm not bashing the atheists. What
No,
I'm saying
they're.
is,
I mean, they're. I
let's
mean,
don't call them good. Let's just call them. Let's just agree that they're, because there's some atheists that don't want to cause a problem. They don't want to break the laws. They just want to live a nice, quiet life.
yeah.
Okay,
I'm
I
talking
agree
about
with
those
that.
kind. You're
Okay,
gonna have.
so
You're gonna.
I
You're gonna have
understand
that
that, but
kind.
let's not go overboard and say they're good. They're just people living their lives, right?
Right. So, but I think there are, you know. So, but I just think in general, I don't judge someone based on their religion. I judge someone based upon
Good.
their
You should
deeds.
not, because you
I
never
judge,
know what got them to where they're at.
yeah, I judge them on their deeds. I don't, because I mean people that are, especially Christians, that are just terrible. You know, I'm like, you are Christian.
Why do you think? See, that's like I said. That's I'm pulling all my money out the bank because one bank got robbed. See, no,
and
you got to find out which is the best bank, who's giving you the most return, and who has the best security. You got to do that studying. See,
right, and I did do that study, and I found out that
said,
insurance.
that Diamond, I'm just repeating what you said. You said I don't like Christians, and I'm like,
No, I'm
why?
not saying that. I'm saying I from what I've seen, most of them are just not what they.
You ain't even met a whole bunch of Christians. You just going off on, you just going off the broke ones you saw. Just like I said before, you got a car.
I met enough Christians.
Focusing on the cars that these people made that didn't work instead of the one you got that works. Focus on the one that you got that works, right? Focus on the kind of life you want to live. And I'm not saying, because I would never force somebody to say, you know, you need to be this religion or that religion or that. But when it comes to picking people that you want to be with, you need to have somebody who has a standard by which they live, in my opinion, because if you don't, you're going to get a surprise later. And I'm going to tell you, marriage is the worst place to get surprises. Worst place to get surprises.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Marriage, right? And so, but people come with all kind of not demons. Let me rephrase that. People come with all kind of hidden desires, right? They have hidden desires, right? And so they go into relationships trying to live a life where they are not being fulfilled because they have a demon, a companion with them that wants excitement, because the excitement creates electricity in the brain, and the demon feeds off that anxiety and craziness going on in the brain, all the electricity in the brain that's unnecessary, right? So, in my opinion, so therefore, you can't focus on that. What you got to focus on is the good in people, the good. Our lessons teach us, settle on the best part. If you got a brother and he got an issue or something, he got some issues, settle on the best part in him. Settle on the best part in him. What's the good part in him? Well, he's trying to be a good person. Okay, so he's an atheist, but the brother's trying to be a good person. Let's settle on the best part of him, right? We ain't going, I can't condemn you because you ain't going to be a Muslim. I can't condemn you because you ain't going to be. I'm just saying, if you multiply it out, if atheism takes over, what we already been through that. That's early Europe, right? They're enslaving each other, incest.
That's not true. That's not true. They always had. They were never atheists. They were never. Europe had. They had those gods. They had the Roman pantheon.
But the Greeks and the Romans did all that.
They had gods.
Wait
a minute now.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that the Greeks wasn't? And they even had literature about them having sex with kids, right?
Wait, they did, but those Greeks still believed in a pantheon of gods. They did.
Well, they believed in their understanding of God, or the setup that they wanted to accept as gods, right?
They had some, but the Catholic Church did the same thing, though, and they
I understand that, and we all know about the Catholic Church.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, what's the difference? Really, it's no difference.
What's the difference between what?
The Catholic Church and what the Greeks did. It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing, because the Catholic Church was selling something else. The Greeks wasn't selling it. You a slave, you a slave. The Catholic Church came in and said, hey, well, later they did it, but in the beginning they was just as greasy. But later they said, hey, look, you can pray to God, you can get your relatives out of purgatory, right? You can be a better person. God will walk with you and all this stuff, right? They had a lot of selling points to Catholicism, right?
They did.
It was now we didn't know they didn't know at the time that what they was doing to these little boys and what they was doing to these nuns. They didn't know that at the time, right?
They knew they were evil. The Catholic Church is evil.
No, I'm talking about the people. The people didn't know, right? Because they would just send a nun out. They would just these nuns that turned up pregnant. They would just send them to another way across the country, right?
Oh yeah. They did some foul
stuff. Would know what happened, right?
Yeah.
And so it was in such fear of the Roman Catholic Church, right? Because at one point, they controlled a lot of everything, right?
Yeah, they did control a lot of people.
Yes, of course they did. That's why they came looking for Jesus. Because Jesus was about to tell the people, hey, you ain't got to go to no confession booth and pray. You can pray. You ain't got to pay to pray. They were making people pay to pray. The Romans and the Jews was making people pay to come into the temple.
Yeah, that's true.
Jesus was the one that was coming in there. Jesus was the one saying, you ain't got to pay. Pray on this wise. Our Father which art in heaven. Right? He the one that came in and said, you ain't got to pay nobody to come in here. You ain't got to pay nobody to get in touch with God. That's crazy. Right?
That's crazy.
But I'm telling you the difference between Christianity and Islam is a little more stringent. And the people that the Holy Quran was revealed to and given to in the beginning, they were some unruly people, even by Christian standards. They were unruly people. Arabs and whoever else in that mix, they were just unruly. Why? Because that was the way they were living at the time. And so to bring order to that situation, you can't say, well, when you pray, because these people ain't never going to pray. You got to tell them when to pray. You need to pray 5 times a day. You have to pray 5 times a day to keep your word to the God. You got to pray 5 times a day. I mean, it had to be a little more stringent. Now, is that the only way to get to God? No, there's the Christian way, right? Or what is called the Christian way, right? Where you got enough sense to know you need to pray every day, and you got that much sense already. Okay, you can have something that's not as stringent, right? And then, of course, the Jews have their own thing where they do their own thing. Hey, forget the New Testament. We're not even worried about that, right? So all I'm saying, brother, is, hey, I would much rather have my daughter be with a dude that's has some faith. He may have to have the faith I have, but he got something going on. I know he ain't gonna just leave her because he just get tired of her, right? Because he never had to abide by nothing except the laws of the government of the United States, right? So other than that, he ain't really had to be in no serious situation. See, man, when you in a marriage, you know, when you're in a marriage, man, that's tough. It's gonna be some hard times, and you're gonna be in a marriage. You're gonna cry together sometimes. You're gonna look at this person that said they love you and they did something really stupid, and you're gonna be like, you said you love me. I mean, it's gonna be something about money. Some money gonna come up missing. It's some bill ain't gonna get paid. I mean, it's gonna be some challenges in the marriage, man. And people think when you marry somebody, they're gonna stay the same. They don't stay the same. They don't stay the same. That's why you gotta always be tuned in to your partner. You gotta always check on them. Hey, baby, what's going on? I gotta always check in on my wife. Hey, what's going on? We still gonna do this for this year? This the program? This is what we're gonna do to the house? This is what we're gonna do in the backyard? Okay, all right. Because I gotta check in, man, make sure her mind is on the same track as mine. Because the minute she get off, right, she might meet some dude in Starbucks or something, right?
No,
I don't address it. No.
Like
this
that,
is happening
man.
to people, Diamond. This is happening to people every day. I don't think I'm above it. I think my wife is not that type of person, but you never know. The people that get caught up in stuff like that, they think that the wife is not that type of, they think the husband is not that type of person, right? But when the pressure, that's what moves things, pressure. When the pressure of what you want and the disappointment of not getting what you want at home run up against each other, what you gonna do? That's why I don't like when people jump on these preachers too much. I don't like that because
well, you're a preacher. You're supposed to be above that.
You're supposed to, but you don't know what it's like to be up there
Well,
and have these women running at you. You don't know that. See, it's easy to say. It's
well,
easy.
Clarence, you know what I'm gonna say about that, my brother, is that's why most preachers should be over the age of 40, because when you're over the age of 40, you're behind. It's to the point where you ain't gonna let lust get you caught up.
You're a lot more mature. I could say it that way.
You're mature, and the thing about it is your hormones don't rage as much. You're looking at a piece of booty like okay. Now
see,
that's why
what you want, Diamond, you don't want somebody who wants to do wrong and just ain't physically able to do wrong. What you want is somebody who is physically able to do it but chooses not to. That is discipline. That is somebody that has the power to do it. Because if you get somebody who wants to do it and they just can't do it, once they figure that problem out, they'll be back in the saddle. You want somebody who is, hey, I can do this, but I choose not to, right? I could take advantage of this girl. You know what I mean? Pastor sitting in their office, man, little girl come walking in there, hot to trot, right? Pastor, can I sit on your lap? I'm just so lonely. I don't have my father. I don't have my boyfriend. I don't have nobody.
That's why you're supposed to tell the sister, like, you can't sit on my lap, my sister, but let me try to help you out.
But that's what you say because you a rational thinking person. See, some of these preachers, man, the home life ain't reflecting their belief. Because why? That's where the devil gonna attack you in your home life, man. Mr. Farrakhan had a son that died on drugs. He tried to talk to this boy his whole life. And they found him dead in the drug house. They found him dead in the crack house. He said, Pop, I can't. I'm trying to. And Mr. Farrakhan couldn't do nothing for him. Because you know why? It goes back to what I was saying. You got to do it. You got to want it. You have to want it. You can't expect other people to want it for you and them to move you. You got to want it. If you want a degree or you want a good wife, a lot of these dudes be like, I want a good wife. Well, what the hell you doing to get a good wife? Well, I'm on Tinder. I'm on this. You think you're going to get a good wife on Tinder? You got to go places where good women is at. The supermarket, cooking classes.
The bar, no.
Yeah, right. The bar, right. Yeah, you can't go places like that. You got to go, like I said, cooking classes, events, right? Events for breast cancer or something, a righteous cause, right? You see them out there, but see, that's the thing. But those kind of women are typically not, in the beauty aisle, combing the beauty aisle for all kind of stuff. They're not the most attractive. So what everybody wants is a real attractive woman that's not going to bend to the pressure of the desire of other men. And most women are not equipped for that. Most women will fall in that position. But that's okay. If they do, they do. If you believe in God, another one will come. But you just got to get the character out.
Yeah. If she falls, then you just get rid of her. That's all.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You got to check their character out first, because I don't care how beautiful a woman is. Who cares? If she's gonna go behind you and give herself to other men, who cares how beautiful she is?
You're right. She's totally worthless if she does that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, what good is that? Clarence, she fine. I'll be like, Diamond, did you check her out? Well, I'll holler at her later. I got a date with her tonight, though. It's on and cracking. I said, okay, Diamond. Get up out of that hotel room. Your wallet's gone. Your keys are gone.
I'm trying to tell you now.
Your truck is gone. Right.
I'm trying to tell you now. You're right. You're right, man. You got to think with your mind, not sure.
All right, Diamond, let's get out of here, man. It's 10:30. I don't know what time. I think you on the East Coast. It's probably what, 1 or 2 o'clock over there.
It's 1:30 in the morning.
Okay, bro. Let's get on out of here, man. I think
you don't want Ia to come back on you now.
Man, look, she's a Taurus. She was being nice.
Are you a FOI?
Am I FOI?
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Well, okay. Cause I was gonna say when they come to your door, I know you got 200 FOI people coming, so you ain't got nothing to worry about, Clarence.
No, I don't care if nobody don't come.
I know, but I'm saying that if they coming for your daughters, you got FOI coming. You make that call, they're gonna be there.
I will admit I can't make that call and have a presence, but I'm not relying on them. They got their own families to care about. If something major happened, of course I could make that phone call, but I'm just saying.
I know what you're saying. I'm just teasing with you a little bit.
I know, but I want the people that's listening, because there's people might be listening that think, oh man, you can call an army up there. Yeah, a small one, but that's not. I wouldn't play with the brotherhood like that. If I'm at my own house and they come knocking on my door, which probably they will at some point before I'm gone, right? You got a Quran in here, you got a Bible in here. Okay, come with us, right? But my belief in God is, and my faith in God is, they're only gonna do what God wants them to do. If God wants them to do something with me, then they're gonna do it. But if not, they the ones out of pocket.
Right, but the thing about it is, you know that they even tried before as soon as you come, even if you don't call them, the FOI is coming 200 deep, so you ain't got nothing to worry about, man. So
well, I mean, put like this, I ain't no slouch when it comes to hand-to-hand combat.
Oh, we know that, man.
I ain't no slouch. So put like this, I can take care of myself. You know what I mean? So I mean, in a normal situation, one-on-one situation, definitely could take care of myself. So I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
I'm just saying, if they come, if 500 police officers show up at your door, I heard Clarence. I heard you
500 come. I'm definitely making that call. 500 of them come up there.
Yeah, Clarence. I feel like Clarence. They told me that you could get 2,000 FOI to help you out. So I know that you're
maybe so. I know I can make a call and they could come from Modesto, Sacramento. They come from all over, i.e. to San Diego, wherever they are, they would come, right? But
I know they would come for you, Clarence.
But I try to keep myself out of situations that I would have to do that, because now they got to come out of pocket to come. And is this something worth it? Like, did I do something to cause them to come? So I try to keep myself, because we was told to respect the law. We don't have to agree. We don't have to agree with. We don't have to agree with the way they doing things, but we would respect them, and we was taught to respect the law and follow all laws, as long as the law don't teach us to go against Islam. We follow the law, right? But if y'all
are told that.
Yeah, you come to get me out of persecution. But hey, we talk about that later. We got to go, man. We got to go. Say your last piece and then we out of here, man. You're welcome, brother. Come on up here, man. Come on. Say your last piece and then we up out of here.
No, I ain't got nothing else to say, Clarence. I'm gonna take off, man. It's been nice talking to you, bro.
I mean, as always, thank you, brother, for bringing the best out of me. I appreciate you questioning me, and I love it at all times, man. And anytime you question me, say I said something to you, and you say, "Man, Crash, you crazy." Go fact check it, and come back and let's discuss it, brother. You're always welcome here, man. It's your home. All right,
man. Catch up with you, bro.
Catch up to you later, man. Peace. All right, y'all. That was Diamond. Yeah. Okay, gang. It's Thursday. Won't be here on Saturday. We'll be Probably be here on Sunday. Probably maybe talk about this Donald Trump thing, where Donald Trump got shot at, right? And this presidential race. Not looking good, y'all. Which one do you choose? The old goose or the lame duck? Which choice is better, right? We back again to the Sophie's choice, right? This is a Sophie's choice. If Biden wins this election, he'll be 88 years old. He'll be 92 when he get out of office. You basically voting for Kamala Harris, right? You vote for Biden, you basically voting for Kamala Harris. You vote for Trump, you voting for an assorted group of nuts. Which one is better? We're going to talk about it. We'll see. All right, y'all. Thank you, family, for listening. You guys stay strong. If you're done with us, shout to Trey. Saw you over there on Black Man Unfiltered, Trey. If you're done here, we're done. We're out of here. Go on over there and check out Bolo over there on Bolo TV, The Village. I see what they're talking about. I'm about to run over there and then I'm out of here. All right, y'all. Peace.